Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to Geek It Out. I'm yours truly, the Nate Mites, everyone boy, DonPrime.
Good evening, folks. Welcome and thanks for joining us this evening.
How's everyone doing today? I hope y'all watched your Book of Boba Fett's episode 3 today because it's about to go down. I mean, I enjoyed it. I know people were complaining about it.
Exactly.
I enjoyed it for what it was. And I can't wait. It's all about build up. It's about to go down, baby. But keep the spoilers to a minimum on the comments, please.
Exactly.
But we'll warn you though. When Denobi comes in today, Denobi might drop some spoilers. So that's your warning to get the hell out if Denobi comes in tonight. Denobi says he's probably gonna come in tonight to join us, and I'm just saying. Just be careful, y'all. When Denobi comes in, Denobi's gonna come into like around 8. That's if he's coming in. So,
okay.
So I do apologize. I'm still on vacation.
Yep.
I didn't want to leave DonPrime alone because V is also supposed to be coming in at any minute. So I didn't want to leave him alone through the stream. So.
Exactly. I'll just tell you this about Book of Boba Fett. I understand why some people have some issues with it. But the fact that you have, and again, no hate on them, but you have some of the hugest like YouTube content creators for Star Wars specifically saying they hated the episode. This legitimately was like a cerebral episode. This was a Michael Corleone style episode. And again, if you haven't seen it, you keep in the back of your mind Godfather Michael Corleone. And then again, every action he takes, that will kind of give a preface of why he's taking those actions. So, just yeah.
I don't feel the hate as much.
Oh, here we go.
What's going? Who's it? Oh my God! V!
Thunder V Cats.
Thunder V Cats. Ho!
All right. What's up, everybody? What's popping, people? Actually,
I'll just say, so is drinking from the head of a defeated Wookiee a spoiler?
Maybe. Who knows?
Yo, be humble, my guy.
I guess you're fat now.
So guys, as far as like those of you who are feeling like you losing hope of Book of Boba Fett, don't worry. We got 3 more episodes to go. This is all about
4.
Four
At least
four
4
episodes to go. 4 episodes to go. We got build up to happen, guys. They're building up to something big, and I know it's going to be big. And then when the big happens, everybody was like, "Man, I was always on this train.
Yeah. And I'll just say,
always buy all Boba Fett hot toys, baby."
Now, I've heard rumors, and one of the things, and I'll talk about one thing which has kind of been semi-confirmed or whatever, is that Harrison Ford was reported to have filmed something for either Mando Season 3 or Book of Boba Fett. Now, and again, that makes sense because he was already doing Indiana Jones 5, and they already needed to de-age him based on the plot for Indiana Jones 5. So that was a massive return on investment for Disney. Now, with that being said, there are other rumors now coming out, which, and I'm not going to touch on those, which may eventually make up for a lot of things. And now one other thing too, and again, this is not a spoiler for episode 3, but one thing that I searched out and actually saw, and again, I saw it on Dune Cox's video, and then I went and confirmed it. So the Raiders, the bad guys, the biker gang,
yeah,
and they're split symbols.
Yeah.
You know what that symbol means in their language? What that symbol is a letter of?
What?
K. So it's KK. And again, from episode 2, you know where Boba Fett goes to that bar? What the actual location that is?
No, what is that?
That's Tashi Station.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that is Tashi
Those
Station.
the two people, the man and the woman, that are beaten up, they're supposed to reference characters from the deleted scenes of A New Hope, aka they're Luke's friends.
No way. Are you serious?
Yes, absolutely.
Huh.
Now, supposedly, even further, the woman in it, she's a lookalike to the character that never made it on screen that was supposed to be the woman that was with Han before Greedo showed up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So it's so basically, Favreau and Filoni are crapping on Kathleen Kennedy, basically saying she's the one that's destroying the original trilogy. She's the one that's destroying the legacy. And I'll just say this. You remember in Mando when they had all the masks up?
Yeah.
Just go look at it. One of them, the Stormtrooper, has, and again, it was kind of focused on today. This is not a necessary spoiler. One of them has the 3 blood stripes on the original Stormtrooper helmet. That represents Finn. With the head on a spike.
I gotta check that out.
Yeah. So again, these are just little things, but these almost seem like direct shots.
Yeah, you funny, man. But hey, this could be true. But yeah, I do agree with H Green. There are all absolutely things that are not perfect with the show, but overall, it's a great story and great world building. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the world building, and I do get the animosity towards this show right now because there's something I don't like about it. But overall, I like the build up. I like the story driven elements that are building up to something that's going to happen through at the very end, which I'm very excited for. So I'm very patient with it. But we'll go more into it in our review with me, V, and several others in the morning stream coming up when I get back. When I get freaking back, we'll do the Book of Boba Fett reviews for you guys.
Oh God, I want to say something, but it's too spoilery. Oh God, about a certain toy company.
Easy. We'll get there, Don. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, we'll discuss it. But the thing is, we can talk about elements before episode 3, but we can't discuss episode 3 right now because it's just so new and I don't want to get people spoiled with episode 3. But anyway, guys, I hope you all doing okay. There's one thing I want to address before we start. DonPrime, would you want to explain what happened to you this week?
Yeah. I mean, it's not major. Just people I'm getting a little bit on comments and stuff on social media, picture, whatever. Oh, must nice to be dropping, $550, $600 plus on a figure to get it overnight. I'll just say this, obviously I didn't get any discount on it. I got it from Tony Chung. He took care of me. He took, as far as customer service or whatever. Listen, I love Boba Fett. I love this figure. I love the repaint armor, especially after they fixed it. So again, I dropped the money, and I only paid 10% more to get it, early. And again, I didn't want to play the games with potentially waiting at the docks. So it is what it is. I don't have a kid to worry about. I don't have a wife. I don't have those responsibilities. I have others, but you know what? This is the thing about being making sure you take care of your bills and saving before you buy stuff. If you want to splurge, you can splurge. Again, there's nothing wrong with it. Again, I still probably won't do this again, maybe until next year. But again, it is what it is. I just fortunately got it early enough that, V was graciously enough to join me and host and did an amazing job. And we were the first people in the US to, present it to you. And, as soon as I got it, the first thing I thought of was, hey, I want to show this to everyone because I think this is a freaking amazing figure. So again, that's my 2 cents on it, and I won't address it again.
Yeah. The one thing I want to say though is, guys, I don't promote bullying. I hate bullies. And I'm not a fan that people are just, attacking someone because they had a little extra money to spend to get the figure early of a character they love, one of their favorite characters, one of their favorite moments in a show. And I'm not a fan of just people bullying people for that. I'm like, if you got the money and you want to spend a little extra to get the figure early versus waiting.
He's early. The man, the myth, the legend is early.
Who? Denobi? Oh my God, Denobi's in the freaking house.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You got some captains there?
Hold on now. Calm down. Hold on.
Oh, we've got First Contact meets Voyager, unless it's Nemesis work Janeway's Admiral and giving the orders.
Hopefully
My
she's
God,
not
I
giving-
love that setup right there. Oh my God, the Nobi. Oh my God, it's been so long, man. Oh my God.
See, I still can't pull the trigger on Janeway. I mean, I didn't watch Voyager that much. I mean, I think she's a great actress, but I have no connection to Janeway as far as now. Cisco, the moment Cisco goes up, like I'm grabbing Q, I'm grabbing Cisco, and I'm grabbing the E command chair.
I was talking about you, DonPrime, in my live stream. I just jumped off. I just finished that up.
Oh, awesome!
I was
mean,
talking
was it good
about
or
you
bad?
because I was talking about how I saw Janeway in Kate Mulgrew in person, and you were being swooned at the time by Shatner at the New York Comic Con.
Okay.
So I couldn't go up. I couldn't approach her for so many different reasons, you know. But anyway, that's why this stuff is out here. It's not because I was trying to cram Star Trek on the Geeking Out channel. It was just
I mean, Star Trek's always welcome, even though Star Wars is top on everyone's mind at the moment.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
two sides of the same coin: sci-fi versus sci-fantasy.
yeah. So you're not getting Janeway?
Well, not that version. Apparently, there's another version coming out that's going to have 2 head sculpts. I will look at that one. Now, I don't know if that's going to be Admiral Janeway from like Nemesis, or it's going to be Admiral Janeway from the end, where she time travels, you know, and nano infects the Borg.
Oh, spoilers.
Yeah, for a 15-year-old TV show.
50-year-old spoiler. Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah. I know if you guys watch Lower Decks, they reference something, and I'm trying to figure out what are they trying to say. They're like, do the Captain Janeway maneuver. What does that mean? Like, because everyone just like ooh grimaces when they say that. Does that mean just like? I was like, what are they saying? Like, is the first time they're out on a voyage just get lost for 70 years or something?
Or basically infect yourself with nanoprobes, travel into the 15, 30 years into the past and infect the Borg.
Perfect.
You know?
That's the Janeway maneuver. Got it.
Hey, what's going on with Nate? Nate, you okay? Were you?
I'm in vacation right now, so
Where's vacation in the United States? Like in the backyard?
I'm in more west side of Georgia, so I'm just chilling with my buddies. So we're just been drinking down in the Peytstrick and Fayetteville. So
like the safe part of Georgia or the controversial part of Georgia?
safe part, I guess. I guess the safe part.
Okay. I didn't know if you needed help or something. I'm like,
yeah, I'm on the
well,
countryside.
according to their weather report, they might, because they're about to get New Hampshire weather down in Georgia.
Oh God, dude.
That's true. Yeah. But yeah, I wanted to pop in and sharing discussions here and there because people have been asking me to come back, and I'm like, okay, I'm coming back, guys. I just gotta wait till the vacation's over. Then I'll be right back to normal Nate.
Yeah, we'll do 8-hour streams just like you guys know we do. So
now life's too busy for 8-hour streams.
Tell Nate that.
Oh man. But hey, so Denobi, I'm guessing what's your thoughts so far on the Book of Boba Fett?
It's a good show.
Oh, no way.
Huh?
No way. You're enjoying it?
Though the human lie detector is alerting, like just watching the eyes going red alert, red alert, red alert.
Like, are you listening or are you watching? So.
Oh, what was it? Like Fokker and my human lie detector.
I have to confess.
Oh,
that was actually
that
was comically timed.
Yo, my bad, Denobi. I'm on my phone. I apologize.
Did you? What happened?
Nate will hear that. Nate's
that was
gonna
so
hear that.
perfect. Good God.
My bad. I tried to set you up on a closer screen, and then there you go. Thank you, V. Just take care of that.
Hold on.
V, just do that. V, just do that. Just do that, V.
All
sorry,
right, so
sorry, Denobi. My bad. My
No,
bad,
that's
Denobi.
okay. I wasn't. No, I don't. I'm assuming the show is going good for the kids. I'm assuming you guys are loving it, right?
well,
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it so far.
I'll just
There's
say
a bit
this,
of hiccups here and there, but I'm enjoying for what's to come in the next few episodes. So
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't. After the first episode, I packed my bags and hopped on the nearest escape pod, and I jettisoned out of that.
no, Denobi.
So you didn't watch episode 2?
No, I
right.
assumed it was more flashbacks with more of the Tusken Raiders, right? That's what the show is, right? More flashbacks. Of Tusken Raiders.
No. If you watch
So wait a minute, Don, stop right there. You're telling me that you're not getting more flashbacks with Tusken Raiders?
I can't
Yes
say
or
that.
no?
That's a
Don't
direct
beat around the
spoiler.
bush,
That is
Don.
a
Set
spoiler
yourself
right
free.
there.
I assumed from episode 1 that it was going to be a show of more flashback episodes of the Tusken Raiders. So let me just let's keep it simple. Was there flashback sequences in episode 2? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's jump to episode 3. Was there flashback episodes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I would then assume that episode 4 is going to have more.
This
I'm
is a full.
assuming by
But here's the thing:
episode 4,
that answer
we're
is
gonna
a
have
spoiler.
a flashback sequence where he learns how to basket weave with the Tusken Raiders, right?
that's actually the season finale, Denobi. I'm invested. I really want to know this basket weaving that Tusken Raiders get at.
No, it's mask making.
I wait for the basket weave 1/6 scale setup for sure.
So what I need you kids to do is wake me up when Harrison Ford shows up, all right, or somebody important. Right?
I got you. We will.
Because it's.
Well, do you like huts?
Huh?
Do you like huts?
I do if it's used within the story correctly. Were
do you like
huts
Wookiees
being shown in the
You like
episode?
multiple huts?
Yeah. Do you like Wookiees?
Huh?
Wookiees.
Well, wait a minute. Well, V, you're being very vague. Are you? Asking me if I like nostalgia? Are you asking me if I like nostalgia frosting on my cake? Is that what you're asking? Because that's easy.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to gauge where you're at.
You're kind of like. Do you like Ewoks? There's Ewoks in this episode. Do you
like crime syndicates?
Do you like the Tusken? We got Tusken Raiders. You can't run a show on nostalgia.
Do you like the Pike Syndicate?
Derailed Rogue One. Remember Rogue One? Do you remember the criminal?
Now we're going to South Park Terror. It's like, hey, remember this? Remember this? Yeah.
Remember berries?
I would say if you it's kind of doing the Dances as a Wolf kind of storyline or kind of those beats kind of thing. So if you weren't a fan of any of that stuff, then yeah, I would honestly recommend for you because you're turned off immediately from episode 1. Just wait until it's all over.
Yeah, I'd say just wait till it's all over and then watch it completely.
Watch it in one sitting because it would be a better experience.
I'm more curious about the viewership numbers because they seem to be keeping them under lock and key.
I think they are. I haven't seen anything yet pop up yet.
This is just conjecture. And again, I watched a video last night from Doomcock. And again, take what he says again with a grain of salt. But according to the numbers that were available or that he fed, viewership for the first episode was 4 million total.
Okay.
Viewership up to the point he made the video for episode 2 was only 1 million.
Oh,
on point.
And they are not seeing the subscription spike that they anticipated as they did with season 2 of The Mandalorian. And specifically, and again, this is what they said on Doomcock's video, that they have still not recovered from the mass drop of viewers and subscribers since Gina Carano was fired. And again, I'm just quoting what that video was.
Damn Gina Carano boat. We're still
no. What I'm just saying is though they have not recovered from that event. The viewership numbers. Again, I don't know if they're trying to make an issue or they're saying since that date they have not recovered subscriber wise.
Spy Kids
prior to that date. So
Brandon Altman says what is it? Spy Kids. At least Spy
'Cause
Kids
Robert-
keep me awake.
Remember,
Rodriguez.
it's Robert Rodriguez show. So eventually, we're probably gonna see some Spy Kids pop out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Or
maybe the kids
Robert
from Spy
Rodriguez.
Kids.
I expect to see George Clooney show up out of nowhere and
Mos Vespa?
who's his buddies? Because George, yeah,
Yo,
Robert
there is-
Rodriguez. Robert
I'll tell you
Rodriguez.
one
is
thing.
Adobe.
There
Denobi,
is
I
one.
just want you to watch episode 3 one day, and I want to see the rants on Instagram. The Boba you post, the Boba you watch episode 3. I just can't wait for your reaction.
There is a Robert Rodriguez mainstay.
What happened to Robert? Wait, were there Spy Kids? Did he bring in some of the actors?
No,
on episode
I can't say.
You can't say. You gotta watch episode 3.
Sealed.
Denobi.
I can't say anything more.
Mos Vespa.
You're yeah.
Well, what do you mean Mos Espa? We were Mos Espa.
No, not Mos Espa. Mos Vespa. Vespa.
Oh.
So
was there a hook? Did episode 3 leave us with a hook?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, I left it sort of like a hook because something like it. What are we down to? 4 more episodes, right?
Yeah.
4 more episodes, and it's pretty much looking like it's gonna be the end war part of the series.
It's turning into 1313, the
So
canceled
the major
video
players
game
are coming
project.
in now. The major players are starting to pop up in episode 3.
So this is going to be a multi-season show. I mean, the way they're setting it up, there's going to be at least a season 2.
How long was the episode? Was it 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
40 minutes?
38. 38.
The
38
real
minutes.
time, Don. The real time. Don't. Yeah. Once you subtract out, is it 38 minutes for real? The real time?
Yeah,
What,
30 minutes. 38 minutes. So what about like 3 minutes of credits? So it's about 35 minutes.
They're not that generous with 3
But
minutes.
episode 2 was like 46 minutes. So I'm guessing they're holding the longer episodes for the end for all the battle stuff that's going to happen in the next 4 episodes. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that. But like I said, Denobi, just wait till it's over, and then I definitely want to hear your thoughts after it's all done.
Do I have to sit through more Tusken Raider flashbacks?
Yes.
yes.
Oh, Jesus, shoot me.
You know what? Listen.
Irony. That's irony.
Listen, we'll make a Denobi cut where we cut out all the flashbacks and just have all the present stuff.
Well, then it'll be a 42-minute show, wouldn't it?
Hey, it's a win-win situation. If you hate
Honestly,
it,
We're half of it. He's crawling his fat ass out of the Sarlacc pit. You know?
yeah, he's
I
got the dad
can't.
bod.
I can't do it. I cannot do this show. This show is just. I cannot.
Hey,
do it.
like again, you like Wookiees?
Huh?
You like
You
Wookiees?
need it's that pepper in a
Yeah,
show with nostalgia doesn't sell me. Don,
It's not what. This is well again. If you saw episode 2, it's not nostalgia though.
Uh-huh.
Again, it's going hard, and certain things with
Do
a
I-
Wookiee
do
are
I
also
need-
setting
do
up
I- do I
Kenobi
need
though.
to- Right. So
A
Don, let me
certain
ask you something.
character.
So Don, let me
certain
ask you something. Do I need to devote several days to the Jedi archives of comic book reading to understand Easter eggs? Then no, I'm not interested.
These aren't
I'm
Easter
not-
eggs though. These
Huh?
are setting up Kenobi, the actual series.
Okay.
Because those records have been deleted from legacy
That's
stuff.
good.
So
You get 10 points.
Yeah,
for
no,
that.
this like a certain certain Wookiee character is not an Easter egg. Like the way he's setting up, he'll be a big player, and he's also going to be a big player in Kenobi potentially, because they're setting up how again it's all this things on Tatooine are all connected.
So was episode 3 just as good as episode 2?
No. I'll be honest. No, I mean, for me, episode 2 was amazing. And again, the flashback sequence. I know
I am curious. I'm curious to find out what this lot would consider amazing, because if my impression is that they introduced a character from Star Wars lore, and then we're going to write it. We're going to write the episode off as amazing because they introduced a character from Star Wars.
No, they didn't introduce a character. It was just the way they did things. And like V had said, it was literally like Dances with Wolves, but it was so much more. It was like a psychological look into Boba's mind as well.
How about
like
you,
the
Nate?
Geico lizard jumped into his brain and induced like a vision quest.
would you like to know more?
Did you like the episode, Nate? Did you like it as much as episode 2? Nate, are you there?
He's muted.
Nate,
He's probably
he's
talking
muted.
to somebody.
Yeah,
He's probably
or he's
talking to
getting
somebody at the
food.
moment. Yeah.
Okay.
or he's refilling his cup.
Did you like? How about you, V? Did you like the episode 3 as much as episode 2?
I think episode 3 was a little bit better because it's just the action that was in episode 2 more than 3. So that's it. Like the thing is, like with all these shows, like I always wait until the end to really judge it. It's that's the thing about that's the bane of the weekly thing. When you have Netflix, right? You could watch Squid Games. Like Squid Games had some weak episodes, right? But when you can watch to the next one, you're like, all right, this is actually pretty dope.
Okay.
So like it's one of those things that's like
so I'm not on Facebook. I'm on Reddit and on Instagram. And I do follow several Star Wars enthusiasts. And the consensus is that episode 3 was another lackluster or just as good as episode 1. So that doesn't give me much confidence.
I'll tell you this though.
Yeah.
This was, again, without giving out spoilers, this was essentially Boba starting to establish himself. This is him building his family, building his network, basically building those who are under him to be loyal to him, and also establishing his authority.
Boba family.
Yeah.
So it's all right. So here's the thing, though. It's like each flashback, right? This whole thing is like a mirror image of what he's trying to gain in the present time. So it's like the overall experience of like what you see of how he's building his relationship with the Tusken Raiders is the same way he's kind of building the Empire, and his mentality and his, I guess, theory of like, hey, everyone kind of real winners are.
Yeah. He did all right. The Power Ranger squad up in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not his family. That's his street network. There's a difference between the family and the street network.
Yeah. So
just again, if you go to The Sopranos, the kids are basically his street people. They're not, they're leaders for the street, but they're not shot callers. They don't make decisions. They're gonna end up reporting to Pheonix, and then Pheonix gonna report to Boba.
Yeah, this is not like The Wire with Boba Fett. It's
establishing all levels of the family. He's trying to establish an empire that basically, he's going to need 30 different people covering 30 different things.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you don't have much about like Tatooine and the canonical movies. You know what I mean? It's just the planet where Luke was from. Like, yeah, Hut's there, and you have Boba Fett and all that stuff.
So,
but
what's the comment? So Lake Studio, even Star Wars Theory said that.
Yeah, Star Wars Theory is one of the biggest Star Wars influencers out there with lore, Star Wars lore. And I've seen that video as well. I do understand where he's coming from with episode 3 as well. That unfortunately, compared to what we got from episode 2, this one was lackluster, and also had there were some good moments though that I really enjoyed, but there were some bad too. So. As for me, I don't grade the episodes until not necessarily grade episodes individually. I just wait till the entire show comes out.
You don't grade the episode? What are you gaslighting? Isn't that what you? I'm assuming you guys had an Endor celebration for episode 2, right? Right?
I did. Actually, no.
The episode celebration was hot. Yeah, episode celebration was hot. But if I was gonna give for a rating for episode 3, it would be fair. It will be fair. The episode 3 will be fair.
I'll just tell you, if a certain company waited to do a certain thing 6 weeks, we'd be talking a different story.
So there's a lot of things, man. If you remember going back to WandaVision, like week to week, you're like, hey, I'm not on board with this like flashback old school sitcom. And in episode 3, it was still in that kind of sitcom era space. Like for a lot of people, they'll be like, well, why do I need to keep watching if it's just going to keep doing this over and over again? But by the end, it all
because with WandaVision, I, as a viewer, did not know what every episode. It was a big surprise. I pretty much assumed from the first episode that we were going to have more Tusken Raider flashbacks, and it was going to be peppered with heavy nostalgia to sell the show, which is what I've gotten from you guys, and that's not enough to justify lazy writing.
See, I don't know if it's necessarily nostalgia, though.
Yeah.
Because the characters we're seeing aren't nostalgia characters. Yeah, they're bringing up nostalgia feelings, but the characters, they're new.
I get your point, though, Denobi. I understand your point because Boba Fett himself as a character is a nostalgic point. You know what I mean? Like that guy is the nostalgia point of everyone's like, all right, hey, you were going here. He's gonna have some adventures, but what adventures is he gonna be unfolding? And at the moment, it's a slow burn.
They painted themselves into a corner by resurrecting a throwaway character, and this is the outcome of it. And that's why, seeing the first episode, I'm like, this is not for me. This show is gonna be. It's gonna be lazy.
So when Boba Fett showed up in Mandalorian, did that excite you at all, or were you like, why would they bring this guy back?
Oh no, I'm part of that old classic. I'm like, the continuity errors were furious for me. I still bitching about the continuity errors. Like none of it makes sense. None of it. So to justify his 5-year absence where he meets up with the Mandalorian and now he decides to get his armor back. Well, I'm like, dude, what have you been doing for the last 5 years? You know?
Well, so that's answered in Book of Boba Fett. So
yes, in flashback sequences, which I said in the very first episode, I don't care to learn how he spent the last 5 years. I want to know how he's managing. He's the new manager for Jabba's palace. I said it. Every episode is gonna have a flashback sequence with the Tusken Raider. It'll be something in.
I don't think for episode 4. I'll just say that.
Yeah. You see, that's the thing, man. I really think you should when this is all and done, just sit down and watch the whole thing because it's answering everything. You're the problems you're having. They're like, continuity. But
listen though. But listen, I'm just as harsh with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's not. It may sound like I'm picking on Star Wars. I'm just allergic to bad, lazy writing. I have not seen Hawkeye. I have no intentions of ever seeing Hawkeye. I will not watch the Eternals. I don't care about the Eternals. I watched the pilot episode for Falcon and Winter Soldier. That very first episode told me all I needed to know on what this show was going forward. I'm like, yep, that's not for me. Loki, the Loki show, it wasn't the best writing, but it was not lazy writing, and it was clever writing where every episode, I, the viewer, did not know what to expect in going for. Same thing with WandaVision. Seeing those 2 episodes of WandaVision, I go, wow, they have something special here. While everybody else was complaining about WandaVision, I don't get it. I go, that's the point. You're not supposed to get it. It's smart shows like Midnight Mass. That's a very well written show. From the first 2 episodes, you do not know what's going to happen. With the Book of Boba Fett, I knew exactly where the show, what it was going to do, that it's going to be peppered with flashback sequences. We need to explain to the audience what he's been doing to Tusken Raiders. No, I don't give a shit what he's been doing with the Tusken Raiders for the last 5 years. I don't care. I came in. I want to see him manage Jabba's palace. That's it. That's all I want to see. Not him on life support in the back of tanks going through. I don't know. What do you mean he's on life support?
Oh, I want to say this though. Like, I do agree with what you're saying though. I do agree, and I wish they hadn't cut down on the flashbacks, or set it up properly with the episodes. Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. That's something I wanted to bring up in the episode review. At this point, it will be a 3-episode review of the Book of Boba Fett so far. I wanted to do that when I came back. But yeah, I wanted to bring that up. It's an issue I do have with the show because they're pulling a Witcher season 1, which I was not a big fan of the way they did that. Like the whole going back and forth, which it did work, but it just takes away from the now versus the present. And honestly, I would have preferred if they had kept all the flashbacks in one damn episode, or like one of my favorite lore YouTubers, Sour's Theory, he brought up a good point. He wished that in episode 3 would have been the moment where we would have went back into a flashback the very start. There's a moment there that would have set up perfectly for Boba Fett to go into a flashback. And as far as like starting the flashbacks, So we would have gotten all 3 episodes with just Boba Fett building up his empire, like you're saying that you would have liked to see. And I think
we knew he survived. Yeah. Well, we knew he survived. I mean, we saw him in the end of season 2 of The Mandalorian. I don't care to learn. I mean, it's. I mean, I guess they feel that they need to fill in the plot holes, because that was some of the plot holes. That, like, what have you been doing for 5 years? Like, you want your armor back? You've been hanging out here in Tatooine. Now you decide to get your armor from Cobb Vanth. What have you been doing? Have you been sleeping? Have you been meditating? So again, it's because they're trying to shoe in a character that the fans like, right? Versus starting off with a unique character, a brand new character like Din Djarin, that a very mysterious, a very, gunslinger, like everything with Din Djarin in The Mandalorian. It was, even though the episodes were written to be standalone serials, it was like, what's going to happen in next week's episode? Because next week's, because his adventures were so different. He's so unique. He's caught in a frozen planet one time. Then he's in a tropical, then he's in a forest, planet with an abandoned Empire ATST walker, and he has to save his village. Like those stories, even though they were very simpleton, it was enough to sell the show. It's Star Wars isn't about being overcomplicated. It's just about having unique adventures. But when you pull in a character that was meant to be thrown away, like Darth Maul, they're still trying to cram Darth Maul. Let's do the teaser for the end of Solo, and that the film's not going anywhere. Like, instead of starting off with, Star Wars universe is huge. It's a large universe. You can create unique, wonderful characters. There's no reason to go back into the old bag of nostalgia. Well, the kids love Boba Fett. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah. All right. So I understand. Yeah. I completely agree. Like, yeah, the Mando from episode to episode is great. But the thing is, it's like, because we had no backstory to anything that he was, right? We had everything he was experiencing, we were experiencing for the first time too.
Made it wonderful.
So, of course, yeah, because we are on the same page. But now we have an iconic character that has to be brought into and explain the whole backstory. Because people have different versions of this character that's going to be brought aboard and brought up to speed of like who this guy is. So you really have to establish, because even though Boba Fett was shown, he was never established of who he was. Like in the movies that you see him, you don't know who he was. Like, yeah, in Clone Wars you get a bit of it. And even the prequels, you understand.
We didn't know he was a bounty hunter hired by Darth Vader from Empire Strikes Back.
But what's his motivations? What's his ideas? What's his his whole persona?
Well, that same philosophy could be applied to one of the droids from one of Jabba's droids. That's not enough to sell a story.
Din Djarin, right? Din Djarin's personality, he's like, yeah, he's a bounty hunter too, but he has a philosophy. This is the way. And those lines are iconic and synonymous with him because he had no idea who he was. He could be made into something else. The Boba Fett character is somebody else that needs to be spread out more because you have no idea who he is, but people have an impression of who he is. Like, he's this badass, bounty hunter is killing everybody, but like, okay, all right, we got that part, but what else is he? What else is he from? Like, who
we like to pretend he's a badass bounty hunter, but remember, Han Solo tapped him on the jetpack and he fell down the Sarlacc pit like a chump.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
All right. And if you want more of the backstory, I mean, George Lucas devoted a whole freaking film to him. Well, his dad anyway, but still part of the whole Clone Mando.
That's Django though. That's the thing. It's Django and Boba Fett, and Boba Fett is a different. They're trying to establish a different entity to who he is, and this is what the show is trying to show.
I was fine with his appearance on season 2 of The Mandalorian. And I was even sold on him coming in, being a badass, and shooting Bib Fortuna and whatever, and taking the throne. He came in aggressive, cool. You have me sold on the pilot episode. It's the direction the pilot episode established that it was enough for me. Like, yeah, this is not for me. This is Like I could
Yeah.
almost anticipate exactly how the show is going to go.
I think it's fine. The way Denobi feels about it, and I do agree in certain points that Denobi has brought up, because I had these issues with the Book of Boba Fett, but these issues has not put me to the point where like I'm like, oh my god, I need to be hating on this like sequel trilogy. So I'm enjoying it for what it is, and I'm looking forward to what's coming. That's they're building up to.
Now, I'll be fair though. They took this same hook and angle with Loki, where Loki in the films where he was powerful and evil and ruthless, and then when we get to the Loki show, he's being thrown out of a moving train with a punch. So I can make excuses, right? But when I see the writing on the wall that this show's going to be weak. The show's going to have flashback sequences. They're going to spend the whole 7 episodes explaining to the audience what he's been doing for the last 5 years, and the story arcs within the little town of Tatooine that he's running. It's going to be weak, and
it could be.
And then they added the crutch, and then they took more of his masculinity away by getting beat up by shield ninjas and spending I'm assuming in episode 3 he's still spending more time in the Bacta tank in rehab, right?
Actually, episode 3 is fully in Bacta tank. It's just him. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, dude. I'm joking.
Jumping out the window.
It's actually, the log fire. It's just him in the Bacta tank for 40 minutes. That's it.
So the Bacta tank is still being used, right?
It's not.
Well, again, not just for him.
Yeah.
You're telling me the Bacta tank is still not being used in episode 3V? Is that what you're just telling me?
No. It's still being used, but not necessarily by Boba Fett.
Yeah.
It'll keep being used until episode 7. They probably spent half of the budget building that set. You bet your ass he's going to spend a lot more time.
It's an easy writer out. They're like, let's get someone mortally wounded, but then just throw him in the back.
Hey, water's cheap special effects. I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Tamora likes to get wet.
Yeah. Might be fun.
So Denobi, other than your feelings towards the Book of Boba Fett, how did you feel about the actual Boba Fett 2-pack that just been pretty much revealed like last week? I wanted to hear your thoughts about it.
That we unveiled on Monday night for the first in the United States or probably North America.
I thought it was overpriced for what they delivered.
Well, go on. Yeah. So what was the thing that you thought? What would be a lower point? What price point would you think would be that you think that would be worth it to buy for average consumer or even for you?
Between I would say $430 and $460. But because this pack is retailing for what, $560, right? Give or take $560.
$495 to $510.
$495 plus shipping plus tax, Don. Don't say you live in the state of tax. The most of Americans still pay tax. All right,
but I have it already. I have it in my module cases. I believe me. I paid an extra $50 to have it delivered.
So
early.
This is still how much is shipping? I was told shipping was $28 on this bad boy. That's just shipping alone, right? So and then tax. So an average estimate, right? V. Let's be fair about this. Yeah. This is a $560 average set, right? Nate, can we
with current prices?
Are we gonna sugarcoat it and say it's under $500?
No, total price out the door for most people it's $560 to $580.
Okay. Because I heard that from other streamers. And they're like, it's only $500. And I'm like, yeah, it's only $500. No, that's not true.
No, you'll be pushing $525 easy for at the end of the day for shipping and taxes.
If I got this from a Sideshow, even in New Hampshire with everything out the door, I'm still looking at $530 minimum with the double box shipping.
If I decided to buy this from Sideshow, it would be $562.
Okay.
That's because I live in the state of Nevada. So
wow. So Don pretty much spent about, I think, $30 to get it over here. Wow.
So I don't single out. I try. So when I talk to the audience, I try to provide a continental United States average, right? I don't just say it's only $495. This is a $560 set. Let's add shipping. If you can get it for free shipping and you can get it for no tax, hey, more power to you. But for most consumers in the US, it is going to be a $560 set.
Mafia X James is asking straight to the point. So thank you for the $2 first off.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate that.
So
he's asking
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
is this figure really worth it? Be honest. I
Okay,
mean, let's
let's
go
go
with
down-
Denobi
let's go down
first,
the
and then we'll go with Don.
if you can acquire this 2-pack set for a true under $500, if you can get it avoiding tax and avoiding shipping, I feel it is a fair price. Fair.
Okay.
It is at 500 and once you add all that, you then have to ask yourself, all right, do you need 2 Bobas in your collection, or can you squeeze in one of the troopers? Can you squeeze in the armor? Can you squeeze in a Lando? If you're building a conservative Star Wars collection, I would not recommend buying this 2-pack set at the price. I'm just judging it on the price.
That's
absolutely
we
fair.
want your full opinion. That's why.
The head sculpt, I was working. I got to see the Sideshow unboxing. It's a decent set. It's a decent with the head sculpt. I felt that
We'll get to you, Don, don't
the
worry.
black robes they need to be washed and conditioned. It doesn't flow on him very screen accurate, but that could be fixed. Exposing it to super boiling hot water with not conditioner, fabric softener, like a small portion of fabric softener, and just letting it air dry. You can fix the robe, because I felt the robe didn't look screen accurate. The head sculpt was fine. The Jaffe stick was good. The body proportions were in his favor. I feel he's a little bit bigger. I mean, I joke about the guy's weight, but I joke, but I'm like for example, and I joke about this, but if I love a character like Alfred Molina and he's big and chunky in a Doc Ock suit, I want my figure to be big and chunky and then armed. That's
I want the
how
flabbiest villain I've ever seen.
Yeah. So I love that. If you're skinny, I want that figure. If you're super fat, and I love, like, for example, Harkonnen, Lord Baron from Dune. Oh, yeah. I want that giant fat dude floating in my collection. I want him. I'm like, I want him just floating here being a badass. I want that.
You should see the McFarlane version. It's pretty big. It's
yeah.
pretty cool.
So I saw the Boba Fett, and maybe it's the camera angle, but I felt that they made him a little bit more athletic from his portrayal. And it's stuff like that just tends to bug me, because it's not screen accurate for what you're paying for. So I look at things like that. I'm like, oh, that's a more athletic version of Boba Fett than what was seen on the screen. Yeah, he shaped up for his show, but on The Mandalorian, he was packing those dead, those pounds from being a dad or whatever. So, but I mean, that's what I look at, because these aren't Marvel Legends. These you're spending this is a lot of money. This is $560 pack. So you are allowed to be a little bit critical about it. You are allowed to be a little bit more finicky. If you needed that specific version of Boba Fett, I would say just go ahead and get the single pack, and not miss the opportunity of missing out on other great Star Wars characters. Because if you haven't looked on Sideshow, they're starting to stockpile. There are a few Star Wars characters that are now becoming peg warmers, and maybe collectors are changing their buying habits. Maybe things are a little bit different. I don't know. Year 2022 doesn't seem to be any different than year 2021. So this may be your only merchandise from the Book of Boba Fett. Hot Toys may decide not to release anything from this show.
Yeah, but we'll definitely have to see what they're looking at and what they're considering, putting out. Like, we have our first Book of Boba with Fennec. But
is that wait a minute? Is that based off of the Book of Boba IP, or is that the Mandalorian?
It says Book of Boba. If you go back and look at it, you see Book of Boba Fett, not Mandalorian.
Here's Bob.
Hey, before we get to Don, Bob has come up. He says, Well, first of all, thank you, Bob, for the $5. Denobi, you're talking about the price. Like I care. Totally joking. Always appreciate the sage whip.
Bob always cares about the price.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, we're all consumers, so yeah.
Exactly.
Alrighty,
So
Don, please give us your thoughts.
All right. Since I already actually have the 2-pack in hand and we did the unveiling on Monday night, the weathering on the final production blows the prototypes out of the water. So it is literally one of the best weatherings I've ever seen on the Hot Toys, especially around the helmet. The pitting, the texture of paint they've done is immaculate, especially on the chest panel, the shoulder gauntlets. The shoulder pads and the gauntlets. I actually do think this is something that, the Jawas had, and then, Cobbett had, outside of, 5 years or whatever, the armor itself, I do think it looks really well. Now, again, the only issue that I have with the armor itself is you have the actual skirts, but then there's an undercoating. It almost does feel like paper. And again, I don't know if it's a new type of fabric, but again, it does feel like paper. There are a few other issues I do have, though, with the actual robe figure, like the rifle. The sling is too short. The way they did it, it does not make sense. It does not fit on the figure correctly. And it has the potential to snap off because rather than being a secured sling, it's on buttons, like the snap buttons. So you could potentially take the sling off, but then as we showed on the stream, it's a pain in the ass to get it on. But I honestly think the head sculpt is immaculate. It's one of the best head sculpts that Hot Toys has ever done. And again, that is it being in my possession. So I was planning on doing it today, but, work got in the way. But, I'll be pulling the figures from my display either tomorrow or Friday. I'll be pulling the leather. I'll be doing a full 303, treatment on them. I'll probably put the robe in some warm water and a little bit of dish soap just to get the excess dye out, because I still have the wrap around Boba's neck for the head sculpt. So again, I have no issue paying what I paid, especially, the additional money to get it early. But that's subjective. A lot of what Denobi said for the show, I can't disagree with him, because that's a lot of what you see in Boba Fett depends on not only your preference and your knowledge and your likeness to Boba Fett, but the show as itself is pulling off a lot of old film cinema stuff. Hell, there was probably even a Back to the Future reference in episode 3. So, and again, they're going off a lot of certain tropes for this series. So again, it's based on your preferences as much as your knowledge and your likeness for certain Star Wars characters and the lore as a whole. So again, with that said, I can't disagree with what Denobi's saying. But for the figures, for me, I think this is already approaching figure of the year for 2022. But again, some people might call me crazy, but that's just my opinion.
So do you think, because one of the things Denobi Price talked about was the pricing on it. Do you think what you have in your hand is justified?
Yes, for the type of accessories we got, especially you have 2 knee pads. One of them is specifically designed to hold the knee whistling birds.
Yeah, of course.
And then the 2 bases we get. You get 2 different molded diorama bases.
Also,
I do like those bases. I'll give points to the bases. I do like the creativity that was used for those bases.
What about the? I know a lot of people haven't talked about it, but the Stormtrooper helmet. How does it feel on other Stormtrooper bodies?
It feels legitimately like it's the same thing with like the extra 330-second helmet that came as the Rex. It'll go on another Stormtrooper without issue.
Okay.
So again, if you want that posability, that display option, you have that. Now I've just got the busted up helmet next to Robe Fett in the display.
Okay.
So I mean, good. It's all how you want to display it. So because I've got Robe Fett next to Deathwatch Mando, and then Found Armor Fett is next to IG-11, so it's almost a retro ESB look. But I will agree also with Denobi. Part of the reason why I canceled my repaint armor is that Boba so far was much more of a lethal killer badass in Mando than he was here. But I think the difference is, and again, as he says multiple times, he's no longer a bounty hunter. He has to be the head of a family. So there's a different psychological aspect he's taking.
No, yeah, you're right. So Denomi, I got a question. So for this one, right, you're saying like this is for you with a pricing probably pass unless you can get some deal with shipping and and taxes. But what's your thoughts on the Boba Throne? Is that is that a better deal, or is that something that should be?
Oh, that's the one I'm actually going to get.
So
I've said it before, and it's honest that the tipping point is the actual throne, because it is a prop. It is connected to Jabba's palace, so I'm always going to be sentimental to the palace. So that, to me, if I would recommend, if somebody's on a budget and they can only get one Boba Fett, I would probably say get that one with the throne.
Because of the throne itself?
Yeah, there's four incarnations of Boba Fett out there. We have 36. I looked at my Storm Tracker. We still have 36 Star Wars inbound, including new pre-orders and the ones that haven't been released. People think December was the storm. There's still, I mean, this is Act 2 of the storm.
What's the weather report?
There's still a ton of crap. Nate knows it. Nate knows exactly what I'm talking about. The storm hasn't fully hit us yet. We still got Anakin on the staff. We still got Django. We got the mustard and ketchup troopers that haven't even shipped from the U.S. yet.
Ahsoka, Maul.
The Ahsokas.
Transport trooper.
So
Gideon.
it's like 36 or 37, something like that.
Coromando.
So when somebody, and Don, I'm just, and it's not just you, it was a couple of the streamers like, figure of the year. I'm like, no, it's only January. This is not going to be figure of the year. If anything, it's probably going to be Anakin, because the community loves to make out with Anakin. So it's probably going to be Anakin on the staff. It's going to, there's just like 36 or 37. There's a ton. We still have, what's his name? Not Krennic, the other guy. Gideon. We still got him.
Yep.
There's just so much. And then both Ahsokas, for crying out loud. If anything, if I had, it's either going to, for figure of the year, just for Star Wars, it's either going to be Anakin on the staff, or it's going to be the Rosario Dawson Ahsoka Tano deluxe set with the whole tree and everything. That's the one I think the fans are going to go gaga for.
I'm not touching that, because I'll be honest, that's not my Ahsoka. And again, we can talk about cartoons and all that. The Ahsoka I grew up with, I knew, and I actually watched progress as a character, is the Ashley Eckstein snips from Clone Wars. And again, if you love Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka, there's nothing wrong with that. It's who you grow up with, who you have this knowledge and the connection with. Now, and again, I thought Rosario Dawson did a good job, but when I buy the figure, I want what I know, what I grew up with, and that's the Ashley Eckstein. And I'll just jump on this real quick. If they change the head sculpt, as now being potentially even more reported on, I'll probably cancel, because that is not what I ordered.
You think they would?
Absolutely, at this point.
Going on with your same reasoning, and I'm going to give you points on that. Your same reason about that's not your Ahsoka is the same reasoning that collectors like me exist. That's not my Boba Fett. You see how the Star Wars community tends to be a little bit segregated? Yeah, it's because of that. Because for me, Boba Fett is Jeremy Bullock, and he got tapped in the back by Solo, and his dumbass fell into the Sarlacc pit.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. Everyone has their own views, their opinion, and they're all right. Nobody's wrong. I mean, that's ultimately, you collect what you like, you have your own attachment, and you don't have to explain anything to anybody. Again, we're just saying the reasons why we have our opinions. But again, when it goes down to it, you don't have to justify your purchases to anyone, except unless it's your spouse and she's about to kick you out, like Loco Lu says he has to do every time.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like it's actually, I mean, it's almost a collector's paradise, because you have 3 timelines you can almost collect from. So you got the Clone Wars, you got the Mandalorian, you got Book of Boba, and then you got some of the OGs stuff that's coming out too. or still potentially come out, like the 40th anniversary of Luke Skywalker in the X-wing suit. So there's a lot to collect, and honestly, before back in the day, you didn't really have that much to really like hold on to, be like, no, I want to get this line. It was just pretty much whatever came out, that was the line you're kind of going to get. So,
Paradox Nerd. DJ, what are you doing?
He says he wants to be influenced by it. He's out of control.
Be enabled by enablers. All right, it's just
yeah. It's the heavy saturation too of pre-orders that really has a lot of the collectors so divided right now.
Yeah.
It's you really. I mean, it's not so much about collecting by emotion. It's just about, like, if you like Star Wars, like you have to pick your battles right now. Some of this stuff is going to sit forever on Sideshow for about a year, and some of it will sell out quick. Do I think this 2-pack Boba Fett is going to sell out like other streamers? Oh, it'll go on a wait list by January, February? Absolutely not. This 2-pack Boba Fett set is going to sit all year long. It's not going anywhere, because we have 4 versions of Boba Fett that collectors can buy right now. They can buy the regular version, deluxe version. They can buy the throne version, deluxe version. There's more than enough.
You're
There's
right.
time. And yeah.
We said it before. The Fett invaders, there will always be plenty of. Mafia X James, thank you again. Appreciate for the $2. His quote is, "More people are trying to change the name of Slave One. Disgrace." I agree with you. It should just stay the Slave One. This is Disneyfied, and I don't agree with it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when I think of Slave One, I'm necessarily thinking more slaving as like a computer to another computer. Like, you're taking control of it. That's what I think of, the Slave One, especially if you know the actual, and again, I don't know if they're going to recanonize it, but like the EU Legends of the Fire Spray, which that is actually, it was a advanced law enforcement vehicle designed to patrol, prisons and things like that. So there were 6 prototypes made. When, the Slave One was stolen, the other 5 were destroyed in order to ensure the Slave One could not be pursued. So, I mean, listen, I understand, quote unquote, the name and business and certain other aspects. I just think they should leave this alone. They're making it more of a controversy than it needs to be, because there's been no negative connotation.
Yeah.
Especially with Boba Fett, because even in Book of Boba Fett, he's saying he won't torture, he doesn't keep slaves. So it's a different context completely, because that word, just like many other things, can mean different things.
Yeah, like the Twi'leks, they are like almost a slave race in some and different aspects and different stories where you're going from. Like, even in Book of Boba's, they're kind of like, they're a brothel. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're using prostitutions here. So the change of Slave One, it feels like they're trying to get ahead of a curve that they don't want to hit. And because no one in the fandom is asking to change Slave One, it's anyone that is not a Star Wars fan or doesn't know anything about Star Wars is like, how could you do this? Children watch this show. This is a children's show that you're talking about a Slave One. I'm like, this is dumb. This is something that's gone way too far. And if you are a person that's pro changing the name, I want to hear your comments. Like, what is it that
what's the rationale?
Yeah,
what's the rationale? Because again, out of all the characters associated with anything like that, he is like, again, in the show, he is anti-slavery, he is anti-torture. Again, because here's the biggest thing that also relates to the character. Django, his father, was a slave for 3 years.
Yeah.
So again, you also have to keep that in the backstory. Django told the stories to Boba. So Boba, the reason Boba is so anti-slavery, anti-torture, because he knew Django went through that crap. So,
all right.
But again, thank you, Mayfex James.
Appreciate it. So here's a question for both of you guys, Denobi and sorry, I don't know why that came back up. For Denobi and DonPrime, you are in charge of renaming Boba Fett's ship. What's the name? What are you going to name it? Don, you go first.
I'm keeping it the same.
The same, Slave One? If you had to, you can't do Slave One. You got to change it to something else. What would you name it?
Then I'll call it the Huntress.
The Huntress. Okay. All right. All right, Denobi, what do you have to rename
if the focus groups are saying that the name slave implies his historical connection,
Yep.
so what I would do, I would destroy Slave 1 and have him get a cooler, better ship. Exactly what the route that the Mandalorian is taking with the Razor Crest. Give him a new ship. Give him a better, badass ship. It's all about selling merchandise anyway.
It's
Get
true.
rid of the Slave 1.
That ship is almost as iconic as the Millennium Falcon. It's one of the.
But the thing is, though, if they're
so was the Enterprise A. So was the Star Trek Enterprise A. But how many more Enterprises have they released afterwards?
How many Enterprises did they bomb, though? I think they bombed.
But that's the
more
same thing, though. Filoni and Favreau, they're going huge into EU and Legends, all that stuff. So what was Boba's second ship? The Slave 2.
Yeah.
So
all right, Slave 2. Then, but Denomi, what's your name? If you had you're in the thing, what would you call it? What would you call?
I would not. If I was on the board, I'm telling you, I would not rename it. If I'm in charge of making money, if I'm in charge of the Star Wars IP, I would not rename it. I would destroy it, and I would bring in a cooler, badder, kick-ass ship. That's exactly what I would do.
What would you name that ship then?
Huh?
What would you name that ship? The newer, cooler ship? Like, what's the name that you're going to go for?
It would. I would want to tie. Well, I would want to tie it to his history, and I would add an emotional connection to it. So, like having it being named by his father. So, like the Django cruiser or the light run cruiser, light run Django, or something that would use his dad's name, Django, in it, like the the Thunder Django or something. I don't know, something like that. But it would incorporate his name so that it would have an emotional connection to it, so it get the audience to fall in love with it even more. You don't generate a note. You don't, when you name a ship, when U.S. ships, and naval fleets, names always had an emotional, historical connection to the fleet or the captain or whatever, or the city that built it or whatever. Yeah. So with Boba Fett, you would use his dad's name, right? Because you got to see his dad be beheaded in Attack of the Clones. So the Django 2 or something like that. But it would use the word Django in it.
There's some good ones out here. Yeah. The Django Legacy, which is a good one. Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. Yeah.
The Sarlacc Starfighter. The Beskar bus. It sounds like just someone's like, "Hey man, you can get on here."
I mean, some of these sound like McDonald's Happy Meal toys.
They do, but the Django one. All right, that's good. I think I would call it the Boba Fett shrimp ship. I don't know. It would just
or Django Prime, or the Django Prime, or something like that.
Django Prime. That would be good.
Something like that. But it was, like I said, it's to sell the character's connection, and then also to have the audience build a connection. Oh, I love Jango Fett. I saw Attack of the Clones, Jango Fett. He was cool, And again, Star Wars, George Lucas made it no big secret. It's all about selling merch.
No.
So that's how, unfortunately, my mind would kick into the merch. Yeah. That's how
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Is literally a lesson in merch, how merch rights and toy advertising and planning will ruin a movie.
It's all about that.
Especially at the end.
Jedi. I mean, when is it not? But that's why I like Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. They're bringing it back to the what they loved about it, not the massive hey, let's just sell props. Because if you can literally see it in all the sequel trilogy of every little thing of nope, it's new, different little dumb things, new droids, new whatever. Just put it all in there. You could see it every single time. So. That's the one thing I do like about Favreau and Filoni is that they put the story first, and then whatever else will become legend after it. So, and that was the whole thing about it. But it was just a fun question, and I do love the audience's responses. So,
Washington football team,
that's Titanic. Let's just do it. Yes, that's what I want. I want the Washington football team as the new the Boba Fett ship. Oh, that'd be too good, man. That's a good one. Just random.
That is glorious.
Yeah, but it's a hard thing to put out there, man. It's just don't change what doesn't. It's not changing. It's like next thing you know is just like, I mean, you see it with like what is it? Because here's the thing, I want to see how Marvel is going to handle Magneto, because he deals with the Holocaust. So like, how are they? They're going to change that. They're like, well, that's a very touchy subject. So
I mean, there's a bunch of different. Again,
there's a
it
lot
all
of
depends.
things. There's so many things.
Yeah, but I mean,
like they changed.
But the problem is though with Disney,
they won't do it. They're not going to do that.
Well, the thing is though, they're not. I don't think they're going to do it. Like, I'll be honest. I think for the X-Men, they're not going to do it like based on like World War II or that stuff. They're going to base it on like social events, not actual like. And again, I'm not trying to discount one from the other, but Magneto was in the Holocaust when his powers were unlocked.
Yeah.
I think Disney will try to basically like weaken the event that unlocked these power in order with certain events in real life.
I forgot my umbrella. It's raining. Damn it.
No. I mean, but you get what I'm saying. I'm trying to walk that tight line to be respectful for everyone.
I understand. And the thing is, but that's the thing. It's just like when you, how at what line do you respect the source material? Because it's like, all right, well, the reason these things like Magneto is so iconic that he's a villain in some rights, but he's a villain in other rights because, you know, of what his actions do, but he's justified. And that's why there's that correlation of like why that those two things are too different. And you can be like, I understand where they're coming from. Like Cobra Kai. If you watch that show Cobra Kai, you understand where I'm coming from. The bad guys aren't really the bad guys. There's the backstory of why they got there. So it's just interesting why they came out. Yeah.
Someone
call it the yeah.
Terry's got with nutmeg.
That's a good one. Yeah,
he says call it the simple ship.
Call it the bullship.
Hey, where are you writing? The bullship. What? No, seriously.
It's on your ship have a bag. The new ship.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I like the X-Men movies. Now X-Men 3, I know a lot of people trash that movie. Here's the funny thing. I actually have a strange affection with that movie. Again, I went and saw that movie like 15 times when I was in Iraq because there was like that was the only movie that was playing. So you come back from mission, you go with the people, you get free popcorn, whatever.
Yeah.
But still, you know, you just do it. And so I have this weird, subtle affection to X-Men 3. And then when I see one of the scientists who's working at the San Francisco lab is then, you know, the president of the UN and the Expanse, I'm like, okay, you know, it's just I have that weird, subtle, like, okay. It's almost like Battlefield Earth, but it's not as bad though. It's bad, but it's so bad it's good. It's funny.
It's just a fun thing. Like when you take it, it's an old like a throwback of like, hey, they understand it's a comic book movie. Let's just make action, make everything else or whatever. There's like a high death rate in that movie, which is weird than the other.
Arlie Emery was in that too, which was surprising.
Yeah.
Gunny from Full Metal Jacket was in that. Turn in anything metal. Get your rifles made of plastic. Get your cure cartridges.
My favorite thing of that is like they try to keep the continuity with Days of Future Past, and the character what's his name from Game of Thrones, Peter Dinklage is playing. Yeah, his character in Trax. He's in X-Men 3, but he's played by Bill Dukes, the black guy from Commando. He's like, I'm a Green Beret. And Arnold's like,
Green Berets for the breakfast.
Yeah, and it's like, so did he get like a tan and just like an extra couple feet on him? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's what killed. That's what killed that whole franchise was the whole continuity error. It was a disaster.
Yeah. They have no showrunner.
No.
So Collector Chris has been asking us a little bit of time. He's waiting for you to talk about Back to the Future. Do you want to?
I'll be right back.
Talk about that.
There's nothing to talk about Back to the Future. The next event's going to happen in February. There's nothing. It's dormant. It's quiet.
Yeah.
There's just really honestly nothing to talk about. Yeah, I would love to, but there's just it's quiet. I mean, if anything, I'm more curious as to what the anticipated releases are for Hot Toys. That for me is going into this year is my biggest concern because not to flag the stream or anything, but you know, with the current world conditions right now, it's like things are getting delayed again.
Yeah.
Star Trek Picard season 2 has been delayed. What else is
Been
going to
shut
get
down.
delayed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been completely shut down. So they're doing the thing about. I think the only thing that's still filming is because the way they've done it in the film property is Mandalorian season 3, because they can separate, and because the way the location, they don't have to be on location for a lot of it. So it'll be interesting. But I think he's really want to ask about, the one thing, DeLorean.
We don't know.
Do you
We
think
don't.
would it be?
If anything, you should be asking. No, I haven't heard anything with the DeLorean. We got a lot of empty promises last year on all these wonderful things to come, and it feels like as collectors we're kind of being ghosted, because you would have think by now Hot Toys would have moved forward with a DeLorean's pre-order, but jumping on the Blitzway bandwagon, we kind of got ghosted on Ghostbusters.
Yes, you're right.
Where they promised an afterlife, Ecto-1 in December, they figures and all this stuff, and no social media news, nothing. So
I mean, we did have some insight of people that in Blitzway from one of our friends here is saying that there's a lot of things they're considering. The black suits that they had, or the darker suits, the different types of Ecto-1s, but we didn't have an idea of why there was no news at the end of December or during the week of December. So we don't know if it's still actually coming out, or if it's
was it all just smoke and mirrors? Was it just blowing smoke up our butts? Because they got us hype, and that's one of the things I've always told collectors. I don't believe anything until it goes into pre-order status, because these companies can tease you with all this stuff on media and little snippets of here and there. That doesn't mean it's going to come out. It's you get a teaser on something, but very, very 50-50. And then what I think what makes it worse for us too is then the speculation bandwagon will get the best of us. And I enjoy speculating as much as the next collector on YouTube, but I try to really keep it on the low, and I'd really try to keep the expectations very, very realistic, because nothing is legit until it ends up into pre-order. And who was that one? The one dude that you guys have had?
Which one?
Cigars and bacon.
Cigar and bacon, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you made it seem like we were going to get inundated with all this Blitzway Ghostbuster stuff, and you're just kind of like, well, was that all
apparently
fake?
Apparently the last time he was on, and then he's dealing with some stuff, is that Blitzway right now, because of world events, they're in delay mode. They're going to show it, but it's been delayed. Because I don't, you also were aware, I'm going to assume, Toy Fair was canceled again. New York.
Yeah. So I did see all that, and me and V were just talking about, film productions being delayed again. And it just seems like it's starting to feel like a repeat of 2021 to 2022, meaning, I was being optimistic that we were going to get our figures within a 1 year's time. But if we're going into 2-year releases, hopefully everybody paid attention and avoided day one pre-orders, because I'm not doing 2-year pre-orders anymore. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in 2 years. I don't know if I'm going to have the same job. I don't know the situation's going to be the same. I can't day one pre-order these things with a 2-year expectation. Unfortunately, it just does not work like that for me in my household. You don't know what the world is going to be like in 2 years for you to commit to a, I don't know, $1,000 toy.
And you're right.
Toy.
You're right. Because you're right, Denobi. Go ahead.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Denobi, that's actually a really great segue into something real quick. And I preface that because you actually have some examples in front of you. Exo 6. They're announcing figures and they're putting them out within 3 to 5 months. Granted, they only have Star Trek, but they're being completely ambitious. They're like, we have the license. Let's make the figures. So, how come this small company. Now, granted, Picard and Data, they were limited runs. But like Janeway, she's on her second or third batch. So again, how can this, and I don't want to necessarily call them a startup because that would be disrespectful.
Yeah.
But how come this smaller company can get these licenses and then push out somewhat similar numbers to some of the smaller Hot Toys runs in such a short time?
So other
license,
collectors,
with sculpts.
yeah, and I understand your question on there, but I just don't think it's fair to judge an Ahsoka Tano figure to Captain Janeway.
Well, no, and again, I that's why I preface it though. Some of the lower batch, and again, I'm not comparing Janeway or Picard to Ahsoka, but like say Death Watch, or something like that, which that's a background character versus a main character for another sci-fi franchise. Like again, I'm not gonna say Mandalorian versus Picard. Again, that's not even in the same universe.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying just in terms of production of midline characters then.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm not trying to defend them. I remember the owner of the company posted a comment on one of the videos I did unboxing, and he said that they had only released a batch of 2,000 Janeways, the first initial run, and then they ended up reopening it up. So 2,000 units compared to what is Hot Toys producing, we don't know. I would assume with the deluxe Mandalorian, it's what on the scope of what 20,000-30,000, because they're never going to run out of that set.
No.
There's certain figures.
Well, the Rex we had, I think they said 17,000. So that's the idea. So that's a big
I mean, I can go on the Sideshow website and I can point, this is not going to sell out this year. This is not going to sell out this year. This is clearly not going to, but I mean, they make on a worldwide scope, because I have collectors and friends who mention that too. It's like, well, if Exo 6 can do it, why can't? And I go, I'm not defending Hot Toys. I just think it's apples and oranges, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, that's completely fair to state too.
And they've posted photos of their assembly, and it's like 3 people work in this shop. I've never seen a production photo inside Hot Toys. I don't know what type of assembly line. I don't know what type of slave labor they're using,
I mean, to be fair, the only production I think Hot Toys has ever released is them actually doing the painting of the heads, because I know there was actually like an inside look when they were doing and working on the Gideon heads.
Yeah. So
I mean, and that's the only reference I can actually remember or even point to as far as in the actual production line of Hot Toys.
And then the most current one was the Doctor, right? That's the one that's just been released, and
the EMH,
the EMH Doctor, yeah.
I'll be honest, I think that head sculpt I think is off. Absolutely, it's not Robert Picardo.
That's not Robert Picardo. I agree with you. That's not Robert Picardo. It's
Roberto Picardo.
It's a good attempt. It's a very good attempt, but no, I mean, if anything, what we saw with what happened with Pennywise, going on 2.5 years, because I pre-ordered Pennywise. My Pennywise was the day one pre-order from Sideshow, September 2019, I believe, is what I saw in my chart. So 2019, I pre-ordered Pennywise. It is the year 2022, and I do not have my Pennywise in my hand. I get it. It's been released in Hong Kong, but I base my time windows from when Sideshow ships. Yeah. So that's bad. That's 2.5 years. It's going on 2.5 years for a pre-order. And I was very optimistic. I thought it would improve this year, but there's just the evidence is showing that there's just going to be more delays, which then I ask, well, what the hell is Hot Toys doing? Why are they still announcing more pre-orders? Why are they what are they doing? Are they trying to bury themselves? I don't understand who's running this company. I don't, I think it's 74 or something like that, including the pre-orders. Mm-hmm. It's a crap load.
So on Sideshow right now, it's 123 pre-orders
for Hot Toys.
Yeah,
across
for
all
Hot
the
Toys.
franchises, yes.
Yeah, across all the
When
franchises.
But that's
add in
also all
the-
scales. Does that also include cause babies, or is
Well,
that just
it includes the
1/6
cause
of a quarter?
babies. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have to
Okay.
filter. Yeah, and
All right,
include
hold
the
on. Give me.
Yeah,
let me
it's
filter first.
between 70 and 80 V, but it changes. It's between that number, but it could be more. You could be right, but I know. But you have to separate. So, but yeah,
99.
the point is, yeah, like there's a ton. There's like the Loki figures, the Sylvie figures, the we still have Keanu Reeves Cyberpunk figure, which is, or I think it broke 2 years now. So
when Cyberpunk came out, that's when they pretty much announced it. Yeah.
So it's like, Hot Toys, what are you doing? Are you trying to sabotage your line? I don't understand this. I don't understand what they're.
WandaVision is almost going to be 2 years though, right?
Yeah. So I just don't get it. I just don't get what they're trying to do.
Yes. So I want to take a second to say this. Yeah, Nate is here. Just can't get back in. He's having some technical difficulties. But please like and subscribe here. We definitely need it. You know, if you love what we're doing, you like everyone's here and what we're talking about, just share the love and tell your friends. Tell them to jump in. Be like, hey, we're gonna ask some questions. If you guys have any questions, please ask. I'll put it up here. So don't feel free just to like, hey, have another conversation. I'll bring it up. So thank you guys.
We're all about viewer content, viewer questions. That's what fuels us. And just remember,
the whole point of having it live.
You haven't lived until you drink from the head of a defeated Wookiee.
Yeah, I want to ask you. I was going to ask you how you did that. So it's quite a task. I've heard they can rip your arms off.
Yeah, go on the Disney VIP tour.
But you just kill a Wookiee on there? That's how they end the tour? That's pretty awesome.
Hey, I mean, when I went to lunch, they gave me a thing, said, hey, you're going to Hoth, so.
Oh, man. Jeez.
Yep.
It's one of the old spectacle. Like they just like, oh yeah, he's old and sickly. You can just shoot him. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, when I did my thing, it was just me and my guest. Everyone else was at like Mustafar or Coruscant. Just us two were all alone at Hoth. So
we do have one question here from Israel. So I'll bring this up. I know there's some other ones. He had a heating issue. He kept Hot Toys around 95 degrees temperatures for a few hours. Should he be worried?
Ooh. What was the humidity?
It's a big question.
Now, see,
he's keeping it. It sounds like he's using a remote storage, which is such a big no-no for Hot Toys.
Unless he's living in the actual location in his name, then that's the desert, potentially. Again, there's a few different issues that come in, especially with something of that temperature. Again, at that temperature, you're potentially looking at glue undone, just the very part of it, but you're looking at glue coming undone. You're looking at potentially at certain plastic parts, if they were glued, coming undone. If they were, friction welded or something like that, you should be okay. But you want to take a look at any pleather. You want to take a look at anything that's glued. You want to take a look at boots, specifically around seam lines. You want to take a look at the material of the clothing. It's one of those unfortunate things. Now, and again, what I'm saying is, if there was no humidity involved, but if it's 95% and like super humid, you're going to have all those issues that are going to become more prevalent. The glue at that temperature plus the humidity, it's basically going to lose its bond. It's going to turn back into a liquid. Again, depending on how quick you can get them, there's the chance if you just put them in a cool area, let them dry, it'll reharden. But the longer it's exposed to that heat and humidity, the more damage it's going to do. So. And Denobi's probably a better person to speak about this with me, living in the desert.
Yeah, essentially what we're talking about. Yeah, you are actually on Tatooine. We're like an Endor over here, or Hoth right now, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anything that's not plastic, double check. That's what you should be worried about. So hopefully that answered your question. If you don't know what to apply to all those things, hey, Nate's back. Welcome. Can you hear us, Nate? All right, we'll get back to Nate.
Where's Nate, a Force ghost?
Yeah, he's the ghost of Nate. So we'll be addressing some of the stuff later. Like I know Loco Lu has the 303 to apply to all the material. Denobi has I'm sure you have videos on what to do, how to take care of all your hot toys. So watch those, but and we can help out with that.
Don't keep your figures in a remote storage. I know a lot of people are running out of space. A lot of collectors are running out of space. Do not keep your hot toys in a remote storage, even if it's climate controlled. I've even heard there's situations where the climate gets turned on and off to save power to the establishment, and you may not be aware of it.
Exactly. Or what happens if there's a hurricane, there's a storm, and they do have it on 24 hours a day, but guess what? Because they're a store or they're a retail location and not residents, the priority for them to get power back on is not the same as a residence. So I mean, those are things you have to keep in mind. I'm gonna be flat out honest. I have one of my walk-in closets. Literally, it's just full of Transformers and other Hot Toys boxes. Again, I will, if I can't keep it in my house, I am selling it. Just like generally, if I can't display it, I sell it. Yeah. So
if I can't sell the empty art boxes, Don, I'll throw them away. I can't. It's just especially if it's a figure where I have no intention of, where there's certain figures I've had for over 10 years where they've either been improved or they're just dated. I'm like, why do I still have this box? Why am I still holding on to this old ass Hot Toys box? It just doesn't make any sense. And so I'll chuck it.
Do you ever ask your audience if they would like want it or anything? Be like, hey, anybody want it? Or you can cut it into a diorama piece, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Well,
like the last one I just chucked was the like the Thor boxes, like the Avengers Thor, where it's a dated figure. Yeah, it doesn't, the Thor head sculpts have gotten better, and
that sculpted hair is so bad.
Yeah, and it's Captain America too, from the first Avengers, where you now have reached a level of 2.0 when it comes to Chris Evans, Captain America. Why do I still have the original Avengers box taking up space where I can use that space for another box or something, So if it's, I tend to create, my own rules, but I'm like, it's been past 10, it's going on 10 years. I don't ever intend on selling this, especially if a figure has evolved into 2.0. Either you sell the old figure or you get rid of, if you still want to keep the old figure, get rid of the box. Especially, with the whole Iron Man line where we're now going through all these 2.0s. I sell the 1.0s now. I'm like, well, hell, if we're getting a 2.0 Mark V, what do I still need the old one for? So I just sell it. I just get rid of it.
If anyone has that, go for it. Go for it. No, Don, what were you saying?
I was just gonna. It all, like Denobi is completely right. A lot of it depends on the figure. Like my GI Joe, like my Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes, I toss the box because for those figures, there's no reason to come with a box. They don't even come with a stand. But other figures, again, like for me, like the quarter scale Mark III, like I saw Denobi's pictures of it on Instagram. It's one of those things. I don't feel comfortable getting rid of that box. You know what I mean? If I ever have to move, or do anything, I don't want that box to go because that is literally like a foam cushion for the Mark III.
Yeah.
But now with other, I'll just say this.
Do you have it? Do you have the Mark III? Oh,
I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, I got the Deluxe 3.
Hold on, let me make it. Hold on, give me a second. I'll make it bigger. So. There it is.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Nice, yeah.
He's gonna put that gantry in there.
See, I've got GI Joe. I've got my custom on myself in Star Trek, and Johnny Rico in there. I'm waiting for more Modja cases to come in. So
nice.
But I'll say this though, for boxes, it definitely also depends on not just for Hot Toys, what other genres. Again, I collect Masterpiece Transformers. And specifically, there's a third-party company called Fans Toys, like the Dinobots. They've been reissued for pre-order. Like the reissue sold at almost more than double the retail price when they were originally out. Without those boxes, they lose 30% of their value.
Yeah.
I mean, it all depends on.
It depends on the character. Yeah, yeah. You have to audit your own collection. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's not. But I mean, you just have to audit your collection, and then you have to ask yourself, do you plan on getting rid of figures? And some of the ones in my collection, I'm dubious if I'll keep it for a long time. Others, I'm like, yeah, you're not going anywhere. Or the years have flown by that a 2.0 has been introduced. So logically, like, why do I? What's my plans? And when it comes to like you said, we're going through this whole 2.0 where Hot Toys' technology R&D is getting so much better now. So you just have to ask yourself, well, are you happy with the first version, or do you want a better, more improved version of it? And they're doing that too with the whole Dark Line, going back and reintroducing that, because that's probably why we have so many pre-orders with Hot Toys.
Yeah,
they're going back with back to Iron Man 2 and back to the Dark Knight and back to these older IPs, and just Hot Toys, focus on what you have right now. Just release what you have. This is stupid.
But the pre-orders don't lie. They're top tier still, though. That's the thing. They kick some numbers up there. Like when they're realizing, like, oh yeah, now I'm not in the position to get that. I didn't get the first time. Now I'm gonna get it back in. And the first releases weren't great. Like we were talking about that, but now they're going back and re-releasing them. It's kind of cool to see the improvements that we get today's figures with the old IPs. So I do appreciate that, but I do understand the frustration of we want stuff. We want stuff in hand.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Given the fact that Hot Toys is starting to dip into the House Party protocol and do die-cast reissues, obviously they've done the Silver Centurion, or at least announced pre-order. I'm going to be completely honest. I am waiting now for them to do Star Boost, which is the spacesuit, which literally looks like a combination of Iron Man armor and a NASA EMU suit, just based on the colors, the dimensions.
Forget about Star Boost, DonPrime. I just want them to complete the line. It's still an incomplete line.
Oh yeah. Like, what is there? They're still missing Disco. They're still not Disco.
Igor.
They're Deep Dive.
Deep Dive, yeah. The underwater
and the variant Deep Dive, which is the land. Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I want a diecast Star Boost. And I'm not gonna lie. If they ask $480 for it, I'm probably gonna pay, because not only am I am an Iron Man junkie, I'm a NASA junkie. So again, that is one of the biggest regrets, is I sold it, but also at the same time, at this point, I'm kind of glad I did, because I'm thinking they're absolutely gonna do that in diecast.
I mean, I'd be interested to see them, because they are periodically making their way through the Iron Mans again. So they just had two. So
they went back but there's reason why they went back to the House Party protocol, because it's the opening suit, right? It's not like they're just going back to the House Party protocol.
Well, not necessarily, because the first opening suit they ever previewed was the Mark 7 from Avengers. Because if you go to the San Diego Comic-Con, where they previewed it in 2017 or 2018, it was the Mark 7.
Yes.
Because the Mark 7 not only does that in Iron Avengers,
Iron Man 3,
it also does that in Iron Man 3.
So, I would have bought that. I don't know why they never
100%. Yeah, like the Mark 5, I like that. But if they legit did a Mark 7, so I could put it around a Tony suit with the Black Sabbath shirt to go against my full battle condition Mark 7, I'd probably grab that too as well.
So here, check this out. So this is what you're talking about, right? This is the open suit from the Mark 7. So they didn't release this, did they? Or did they?
No,
they did.
They previewed it at San Diego Comic-Con. I remember it. I actually have photos of it, but yeah, they never went through it. Well, it was more of a power pose, though. I don't think there was any articulation. Meaning that's it. It was more of a static piece. It lit up. It looked beautiful, but that was it. It didn't. I don't think it closed. I think it was just a power pose. Like, that was it. I think maybe the flaps would go up and down. Maybe the arms you can position a little bit, but it never had the ability to fully close. It was just more of an exoskeleton exposure. with really cool lighting. It glowed very pretty, but yeah, they never went through it. I would have bought it. I would have picked it. Yeah.
So you're a fan of like this? Did you ever get like the I think it was like the Mark III mechanical that they had, where it's like unfinished and then you can put it in the workshop? Did you ever get that?
I did, yes.
There was the Mark II, and that was the Force Unleashed version, which was supposed to be like when Rhodey captured it.
Yeah, I have that.
And brought it to the Air Force space.
Yeah, that one is very cool. I think that's my favorite one. They did that, redid that in diecast. I definitely would buy it again.
No.
But
I'll be honest,
it's an awesome piece just to have it just laid out with all the parts
the Mark
around.
II and the Mark III need to be redone because they are so out of scale. Because when the Mark 42 came out, they redid the whole entire diecast scale.
Yeah.
So at that point, the Mark II and the diecast version and the Mark III, they're literally almost 3/4 of an inch undersized compared to even the Mark IV diecast. I mean, basically anything Mark 42 diecast after dwarfs the Mark II and the Mark III.
Yeah.
So at this point, we need a Mark III version 3.0 and a Mark II version 3.0.
So sorry, man, I messed that up. But
no worries.
Here's what it looks like for those that are uninitiated. This is kind of the setup that you get. It's really cool. It's a very cool display, but you also get an Iron Man out of it. So you can display it in different ways, like he's building up or whatever. But
that was my very first Iron Man.
That was your one? Oh, nice. Mine was a Mark V.
So you're OG then.
Yeah, that was my
Mine
first.
Was the Mark V.
Well, my first. Well, I have to be specific about this because I always forget. But my very first pre-order for Hot Toys was the Ironmonger, and then the second was the in-stock Iron Man Mark II Unleashed. So the first piece that arrived in my home was this one here, the Mark II Unleashed.
Yeah.
So, very detailed.
It's cool.
There.
Yeah, I mean, this is an impressive piece. If you look at it, if someone looks at it, comes to the you like, this is awesome. Yep. Like even like as a little coffee stand or whatever you want to put it in, like it's awesome to see.
So at the time I was collecting Marvel Legends, and then you get something like this thrown in front of you, and you're like, what have I been doing?
Yeah.
Yep. It's that psychological effect of like, oh my God, this is the next level.
Yeah.
Why
I had no idea. Yeah. I'm still, I have a lot of Hot Toy figures, but that one there, I still remember the day I opened it. I'm like, oh my God, this is like the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and again, as we've talked about in the past, is like you went from Black Series. I went from Masterpiece Transformers. So in my transition, it wasn't as bad financially because even the basic Masterpiece Carbot, if I was going to buy it from Hong Kong, that's still even shipped was like 110 or 120. So at that point when I'm introduced to Hot Toys and even like the Sideshow clones, it was only like another 70 or 80, max $110. So at that point I'm thinking it's not that bad. Whereas like you were buying Black Series figures. So at that time, what you're paying $16 to $18 a figure.
So look at this comment here, V, the one that came in from Collector Chris right here.
Okay.
So it's
this one?
Stuff, yeah, that one right there, the Battle Damage 85. So it's crap like that it's like, why would anybody ever day one pre-order? Because I have the Mark 85 as a day one pre-order through Sideshow back in 2019. I don't have that yet. I don't have that in my hands. Pennywise, I still have it as a day one pre-order through Sideshow. So and I still I collect DC, I collect Star Wars. So it's hard for me to get super excited for a 2-pack Boba Fett where I still have these old ass pre-orders. Like what's going on? Like that's why I stopped. There's just no way I cannot day one pre-order anything anymore with stupidity like this from Hot Toys. It's not Sideshow, it's Hot Toys. Where they'll pump out a 2-pack Boba Fett, right? Because the Mark 85 went into pre-order before the Boba Fett set, right? Boba Fett set went in pre-order in 2020, right? Don,
Yeah,
right?
it was
Well,
February.
late 2020 almost.
Late
Yeah.
2020.
Yep.
So the Boba Fett's been released, but yet I don't have the Mark 85 in my hand, and I get it. It's been released in Hong Kong, but I base my retrievals off of Sideshow's schedule. So just because something's been released in Hong Kong doesn't mean that it's going to show up in the US within that 30-day window like it used to. Now it's anywhere from 30 to 90 days. So that's why I can't, it's great that everybody, is getting their 2-pack, and I do have certain Star Wars figures that I do want to buy. I'm going through a big Stormtrooper kick, but it's like I want to complete my existing pre-orders from the year 2019, and we're in 2022. It's just frustrating. I saw the comment.
This actually follows off on Clone Collector. He had a question for you a little bit.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Sure.
For that previous question. So, Denobi, you should be proud. I waited on pre-ordering. I actually pre-ordered. I Hong Kong pre-ordered. So when that was actually released, I went to Sideshow and I started my payment plan. So they've already taken the first payment. I'll probably allow them to take the second. Then I'll switch to pay on release, because at that point, when I got to pay the rest is anticipated when the figure will be in. But I actually Hong Kong pre-ordered that.
Pre-ordered the Boba Fett set, right?
No, I Hong Kong pre-ordered the Mark 85 Battle Damage.
Mark 85. Okay. Are you still pre-ordering through Hong Kong, or are you now back on Sideshow's schedule?
First, if I'm on a payment plan for figures, I'm just doing the Sideshow because,
okay.
But again, I am adjusting when I actually go and do the orders, but then I'm also manipulating the payment date so I can do a few payments, then, change the single payment. So then it bumps me up on the priority list.
Yeah.
As you know how to game the system.
Yeah. Well, no, so with the Clone Collector, I didn't believe it last year, but I do believe it now that we are definitely still on the 2-year schedule. So yeah, it's not fair. It's just,
no,
it's not fair. And I tell people, just vote with your wallet. I mean, if they're going to, I get it. The world is still falling apart around us, but you were still able to squeeze out this 2-pack Boba Fett set before, before I got the Mark 85 in my hands. So I just vote with my wallet now, and when something arrives, I'll shop around for the better deal. And I gotta say, I've been very successful with it because last year in December, I scored a lot of good deals. I picked up some at the time were grails, but they dipped below their value, and I was able to score some really, really good deals. I ended up picking up a brand new Pheonix. I ended up picking up, I didn't want the Qui-Gon Jinn, but I knew I still needed him. So I ended up going back and getting him at retail. So, in chess, the pawns go first. So
yeah, and I'll be honest, Denobi. Even
Don, you're always honest. You don't have to say that. I believe every word you say, Don.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And here for me too. V showed it to me. I had other members of the 6-scale Survivor Guide and Geeking Out. They actually PM me. I've always said, for the Tumblr, I want my camo tumbler. I want the Desert Storm chocolate chip covered camo. So one came on the buy sell trade group. I couldn't buy it because it was local pickup only in New Jersey. I'm not driving 350 miles to pick up a tumbler. You know what I mean?
Why not? How much do you love the tumbler?
Not driving to New Jersey on the New Jersey Turnpike. Dude, I've driven in Baghdad and I hate the New Jersey Turnpike. So yeah.
Yeah. JC says I'm easing up on Hong Kong ordering. Oh yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, the Hong Kong retailers are out of control.
So Denobi, apparently, according to the collector, Disney is officially changing the name of Slave 1 to Fire Spray. So it looks like they're going EU Legends for the naming.
Yes, has that being carried over to the show yet, or no?
I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised
because I know that
Disney
name
changes
is
that to the promotional
in the books,
and merch,
in the graphic novels and comics.
That's the actual manufacturer and name of the vehicle. But
So in the show so far, I don't believe they said it, but they are
I don't think they've ever said it.
I don't think they ever will either. They want to avoid it
what
because
is
I think it is canon in the books and the novels that the name's already been changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's what I'll show you what they've done so far with the name itself. Get out of here, ads. No one cares about you. So this is what they're saying so far. It's not like a huge reveal, but it's kind of makes the same. They're just saying Boba Fett's starship. So this is the name placeholder. So probably with Book of Boba Fett, you'll see them rename it Fire
I
Spray.
don't think they're ever going to say the name. To be honest, I don't think
They might not. They might not. They're just you're just gonna see it in this kind of packaging where Fire Spray will be. This right here, that's where Fire Space as a name itself by characters probably not said.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna say it. I think they just want to avoid it. It's easier just to avoid the drama by not acknowledging it. That's fine. You want to change the name in the comics and graphic novels, but this could be his last hurrah, for crying out loud. This Book of Boba Fett show, this is you're going to get this mini series and then that's it. We may never hear from him again. I went on IMDb. These shows like The Mandalorian, Kenobi, and The Bad Batch, there's no dates on any of this. All they say is it'll show up sometime in 2022.
Yeah, they don't really particularly say, because I think with COVID was just it's all over the place.
They're like it'll show up, and so which leads me to believe if certain shows are already being delayed, there's nothing set in stone with these existing shows. So the Book of Boba Fett may be all the Star Wars morsels for this year, probably until Christmas of this year, which is going to suck because I think I think it's a bad idea to go this long without season 3 of The Mandalorian.
I think season 3 will definitely get the end of this year. It will continue to the next year. They're saying, I'm trying to look at dates because I know they released some stuff. I think the one because they did do a sizzle reel for Andor. So that's been filming. It might not be, I don't know if it's finished or in post-production at the moment.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Ahsoka itself has been originally, before all this happened, was to have occurred starting in March of this year, basically in 3 months. Now, the weird thing is, the rumors are that not only did Harrison Ford film stuff in early December, Rosario Dawson also filmed stuff as Ahsoka in December. But that was, again, 3 months prior to her own show starting. So it's one of there are conflicting reports that stuff has already been started, but it might actually be for Ahsoka itself. It's going to spin off into the different shows that are already in production. Yeah. So basically they're making last minute edits. Like, again, you go to a movie theater, they can edit the movie literally and upload it anywhere from 8 to 10 hours before the premiere, to a movie theater in, your local neighborhood.
So I think what we're going to be seeing, I think the next show that we probably will see is Obi-Wan, because that one's pretty much finished, more or less. I think that would be the next show over the summer.
Just filming though, right? They're still going through the whole post-production and all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think over the summer that would be it, because they have to have something. Because I'm trying to think of what other Marvel show they have coming up. It doesn't. To my knowledge, I don't know what other Marvel show is going to.
I think this is going to be a barren year. I think this is going to be.
They're working the only Marvel stuff that I know on is they're working on basically the merge, where they're going to be introducing.
Oh wait,
X-Men characters. Sorry. They're doing a Beast and Kitty Pryde introduction into S.H.I.E.L.D. or something like that.
No,
a lot of it is going to hinge on the Doctor Strange cameos.
I completely forgot. They're doing She-Hulk, which is definitely coming, and then Miss Marvel, Moon Knight, and then Secret Invasion, and also Werewolf by Night will come in the October, and Guardians holiday special will come after that, and during the holiday season. So I think we'll definitely get I don't know what will become first. Probably She-Hulk will come first,
Yeah.
and then Miss Marvel right after it, because that will time in with the Captain Marvel movie. So whenever that movie, I don't know what that timeline is.
Well, apparently, I'll just say this though, right off the bat. Apparently, She-Hulk though is kind of different because it's also apparently now going to launch off the next Hulk movie.
This is going to launch the next Hulk movie. Oh, that'd be interesting to see that if they're actually going to
because
Mark
put their foot down has already
been
confirmed for She-Hulk. Tim Roth has already been confirmed for She-Hulk.
I mean, what are they going to do though? They kind of did like the majority, unless they're doing.
Apparently, they again, and this is just rumors, but they might actually do the Logan thing, like
Old Man Logan.
But again, it might not be Hugh Jackman Logan because there's a rumored cameo that's going to be filmed, or that Hugh Jackman actually filmed. Again, and this is all rumor for Doctor Strange 2. Because again, they had a month of reshoots, but that was already scheduled, 2 years ago when they did the initial contract.
Yeah. Going into this year, I am just cautiously, I'm just trying to set my expectations a little bit low as to when all of these shows are gonna show up. There's just, like I said, the delays are starting to pile up on both fronts. So I'll get excited when I see an actual date. I get it. Like, the Kenobi show was expected to show up in summer of 2022. I'll believe it. I'll get excited when I see an actual date. But even in Hollywood, dates don't mean anything because films have been shuffled and pushed so many times. Look
at Morbius.
Yeah,
it's supposed to come out. I think this month, and then they're like,
it was supposed to come out like 4 days.
Spider-Man's making too much money. Push it out.
So I'm assuming with the streaming, it's a little bit different. It's comfort of home, and we are still in the middle of the streaming wars. It's all about who can retain, subscriptions and who can provide the best content. The big bang for the buck, because movie theaters are still on the chopping block. Yeah, Spider-Man did great, but
Spider-Man was a transfusion. It wasn't a cure.
Yeah, it's still, movie theaters are still not out of the oven yet. So
not even like super stonks can save AMC. They're still in the danger.
So, I'll be completely honest. The movie theater that's literally a 2-second drive up my street, it closed because they could not keep in business based not only on how many people are coming in, but what the studios want for a cut of tickets. Because again, there is not a single, like, day 1 cut is not the same as day 14 or day 15 cut of a ticket price. Like, movie theaters, for the first week to 10 days of an actual big tentpole release, they only realistically make their money from food and popcorn sales and drinks. It's after like day 10 that they actually start to make a little bit money on ticket sales. Because at some point, especially with Disney, movie theaters have to put up 70 to 80% of each ticket sold back to Disney for allowing that theater to show the movie.
Let the path die. I'd rather just pay a $30 rental fee.
And you're not
take the family. I don't miss theaters.
You're not alone. A lot of people do. Like, look at how Black Widow did. Like, that was the whole thing. Like, Black Widow made gangbusters, and they're like, "Wait, we might change the whole the way we were addressing this."
No.
And now you see them like kind of like trying to change the gears, but Spider-Man kind of put it back.
I saw Spider-Man in theaters, V, and it was a packed theater. I ended up seeing it again. Not because I do enjoy the movie, but I lost a lot of I didn't hear a lot of the dialogue because of the cheering and the crowds and the noise and everything. Yep. I missed a lot of the dialogue the first time I saw it, and seeing it later on a theater that was less crowded, I was like, oh, I missed that. I didn't hear that. Yeah. So I get it. People nostalgia. I don't miss theaters, and they're just expensive.
So I think what you explained, like, missing dialogue and the cheering and all that stuff, like, that is for some people the theater experience, like that EndGame moment where he catches the hammer, and like that makes iconic moments more iconic because you're in the moment with everyone else. Do you like that happens, or the fact that, like, those moments where audience cheers is like, all right, we got it, calm down, but let's put some, or have them put subtitles on or something?
Well, it's different though, because maybe not so much. It was more of like the humor. Because the Spider-Man, this Spider-Man film was peppered with a lot of jokes, and a lot of Easter eggs and a lot of references, and people just would not stop laughing. It's different when there's a cheer where Captain America grabs, the hammer and is swinging in the middle of an action sequence.
Yeah.
The Spider-Man film had very clever written dialogue that just, a lot of it was funny, a lot of it was entertaining, and people just, it's just a lot of laughter. And I get it, people are enjoying themselves in the theater, but I'm like, no, I'm kind of missing the dialogue here. I'm kind of missing the.
I mean, it did happen to me in Afterlife when I actually saw it twice, at Comic-Con and in the theater. I still missed a lot of what they were saying at the end there.
But we saw it in the same theater, didn't we? Yeah, I saw you there.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, it was. You were at con, and then remember they wouldn't let me and Loco Lu in.
You were in the front. I remember I saw you. I was in the back, and I'm like, I think that's me.
Dude, you sat next to Savage, right?
Really miss this.
You sat next to Savage, or at least again when I went to get his autograph.
Yeah,
you were like, "Hey, you're like this, that, and the other from the theater," and he was like, "What did I miss? Because you're literally having a conversation with Adam Savage right now." And I'm like, "What am I missing?"
Cool. That was cool because we weren't expecting that they were going to show Afterlife. It was a nice little.
Here's the thing. I kind of knew they were, but my dumbass didn't get there early enough.
Yeah. But like V said, it's Comic-Con. Everybody is on excitement level, times 10, and all the cheering and crying, because I know exactly what he's talking about. No, the audience just would not shut the hell up because it's. So you're right. I ended up taking the family to go see Afterlife. I'm like, I missed a lot of dialogue in this film.
There's a lot. That was I was like, wait, hold on.
Well, but it was fun. I'll say this though, the dialogue, like especially like in Spider-Man 3 and in Homecoming, Afterlife. I'm sorry. A lot of it was very cerebral. You had to be in tune with it, if you know what I mean. And again, it's one of those things. It almost it needs a second viewing because you have the first viewing where you engage with the crowd, because that's half the reason why you go with it. Because you love it. You love the experience. You love seeing the portals open and then this, that, and the other. And then when they're in the high school lab, and then you get the lab version of the famous meme, you pointing. but then you need to see it again where you can actually focus on what they're saying to each other. You can focus on the minute Easter eggs, the minutia, just the little details, because that actually enhances the movie after you've experienced it in a crowd. And you can be a fan. There's different levels of being a fan. So yeah.
All right. So we got a super chat right here. SJC 360. Thank you for the $1.99. None of the Marvel TV is as no impact to movie.
Oh, I will say this. I think Loki is going to tie into Doctor Strange one way or another.
So
I
do. All right, so I agree with you, SJ, that if you just say like, I'm going to skip the movies, right? I'm just going to skip. I'm going to skip the shows, and you just watch Captain America 4, Doctor Strange, or any of the other stuff that's happening that might tie in. You kind of can fill in the gaps. They're like, well, they're going to retread some of the stuff.
I will say this: there actually is one exception to that, though, and it's already been confirmed by the Doctor Strange 2 trailer. You at this point actually kind of need to see What If, because again, the What If trailer has confirmed that the What If show is going to be a major player going on. And again, just as a caveat, certain voice actors from What If, the live actors have also been seen on other productions. Specifically, the alternate Black Widow, the live actor was seen on the cast of Black Panther 2 in Boston.
I see, but here's the thing. I'm guarantee you they will explain it in the movie and give you the only backstory you need to see.
Okay.
Like, it's not one of those things where it's kind of like, I think the only other big change that I remember seeing as a Marvel movie was Winter Soldier. No, Winter Soldier. When you saw it, you're like, hey, S.H.I.E.L.D. is gone because of Hydra. And you're like, holy crap. And this affects everything. It's completely, destroying everything. So, I think the least amount effect that we've seen so far is pretty much Falcon Winter Soldier has the least effect over the overall Marvel cinematic. Like you can actually really, as fun as it was, Denobi, you were right. That is the one that can be skipped no matter what. So
and they've actually confirmed that because the scriptwriter for Captain America 4 has basically set out and said that Sam in Captain America 4, he still needs to earn the shield. He still has not earned it yet. So it's almost that thing. Why did you even do the series? Because of Captain America 4 is basically going to show he has the shield, but he has not earned it yet. He has not done anything.
No.
It was
even what he did, like Walker did more than he did.
Yeah. That Walker's story, I loved Walker's story more than I actually watched.
We got another super chat. Thank you, SJC.
Thank you again.
Real quick, guys. I do have to go. I am gotten the alert. I got to go get dinner. So it was a pleasure hanging out.
Hey, thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
It's always fun talking to you.
And Nate, wherever he's being held hostage, hopefully he's okay. He'll be saved. So
I'm sure he'll be all right. He's in the verse, man. So thanks to Novi.
We're gonna have to do some direct action hostage rescue HRT. Thank you, brother.
So all right. So let's go SJC 360.
All right, I'll send out some invites in the
yeah, absolutely. So thank you for the $4.99. I definitely appreciate it. Disney Plus isn't worldwide, so they have to fill in the blanks where where is the Loki payoff at the end? You're 100% correct. Disney Plus hasn't gone global, so they got to write stories that can be fit in when the movies are released. I don't know what their plans are or any of that, so we'll see how that turns out. So you're 100%. Thanks for the super chat donation, and you're right. So we'll see how that turns out. Also, Jeff, it's a pain, man. I got to wear a hat or something. Actually, no, screw it. I pay for that money. They have to deal with it. So Nate is saying Nate Mister is safe. So if you were wondering,
he's safe, unlike his wallet.
Yeah. HKS. Yes, he was. It goes back to the first Captain America. It's like when you have a person that isn't pure of heart given something to enhance that, what happens to that character? And you see that within U.S. soldiers. So it makes it's like poetry. It rhymes. So Daryl Smith Jr. So I want to bring this up, unless we're gonna bring this up. I don't know if we're having some other people join us, so we can have a kind of like a little discussion here. But if you want, if we can talk about it now, if you like. But we're waiting for a few people to come in, and we're gonna tackle the release and the comparative to the Sideshow version. Rodney, I think you're right. It's a very like the stakes are very low because most of the time it's just about getting the shield back. That's kind of like the huge stakes there. It's like, hey, the legacy of Captain America and getting that back on control by getting the actual shield back. I felt that Isaiah Washington's story should have been more fleshed out because I felt that was a better story than just an offhanded like 5-minute conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm ex-infantry, I'm ex-army, all that stuff. But when I started hearing Isaiah Washington's story, I was in Korea. I took Bucky's arm and I literally ripped it off. I was beaten with him. That's obvious. That was obviously like the first generation army had. But I'm going to be honest, to see a Captain America in like a vintage World War II / Korean War era uniform, because essentially same uniform, same weapons, and like not the normal circular shield, but like the actual shield with the stars and stripe at the. I'm going to be honest, I would buy that, like an actual like Korean War Captain America. I don't care if it's Isaiah or if it's whatever, but just that look. I don't care what head sculpt is on it. That to me, that's almost iconic, So.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see that. And that's the thing. That's what I want. I hope Captain America 4 tackles them, like going to Isaiah Washington's story, because that's such a huge thing to talk, not to just kind of offset in the backstory, like show who he was, what happened to him, why, and like,
and again, like, here's again, I'm ex-military. I will be the first to say the military did some crappy stuffing back in the day. And you know what? If you can't acknowledge that, you can't realize it, Yeah. But at the same time, I want some of this stuff, like, again, even military history, Triple Nickel, the engineers, and, again, not getting flagged or whatever. It's just, I love the outside history of crap. And if I can get a figure and it ties in the MCU, that, like, as I have a history degree, I do all this stuff, but that ticks every single box. Again, I get a Korean War Isaiah Cap America. I actually would buy that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase it. I Hong Kong pre-order that.
You do the opposite of what we're saying. It's like, hey, listen, this is what I want, but you're voting for the wallet, so that makes sense. You know what you want, and so you're getting it. I'd probably be there with you because I would be interested in seeing the Black Captain America and see how they would tackle it before Sam Wilson. So I want to shift gears now and talk about a release. We were talking about how hello here. Welcome, Moz.
Hey, Moz, what's up, brother?
Buddy?
I forgot to move the mic. I was getting ready to take a picture, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was going to do Gwen versus a Predator.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Who do you think would win?
Oh, the shot I'm setting up is, Gwen's got a web on one arm and got a web on his combi stick, pulling it away from him, and she's pulling herself into a kick to his face.
So Gwendolyn
Gwen's pulling some Gwen stuff.
So Moz, you're already in that positive vibe. You're already in that mindset. Like you're already happy, right?
Sure.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
So here's the thing. Right? So the overall theme, we were kind of talking about, and I kind of want to get your ideas and thoughts about it. What is what's your thought process on pre-ordering? Would you if you have it, like, if there's a figure you like, do you pre-order right away, or do you wait to know when the release happens and then buy it then? Because the cost doesn't change. If the cost doesn't change between pre-order to availability, where do you stand?
Well, I guess a good case in point is right now there's things that I want to pre-order, but I haven't yet. So like Pheonix, obviously I want a Pheonix, but I haven't dropped a pre-order on her yet. The Loki and Sylvie, both of those, Vaughn and Jesse. Is that right? Yeah. I haven't, all of those I intend to pre-order. I just haven't done it yet. So they're on a wish list right now because I think if my wife sees the list of pre-orders just keep building, she's going to get more mad. Where at least if they're in the wish list, we know they're coming down the pipe, but they're not adding to that bottom line right now. So, there you have it.
But makes sense.
But yeah, I'm in a pretty good mood, man. My Boba Fett 2-pack should be here Monday.
Nice. Sweet, man. I can't wait to see your pictures.
Actually, I ordered a second lens for my other camera so I can do an unboxing and have a camera focused directly on the unboxing.
Sweet.
Yep, Moz, I'll just warn you now. The sling on the rifle is a little bit of a pain in the ass.
I saw that, and I got a solution for that. This is a little leather cord. I'm going to replace that crappy shit with this.
Nice, because hey, I did the same thing for my custom cyclo rifle for my Mayfield.
This is a 2mm leather cord you get from Joann's is where I got it from.
Even better.
I'm out of focus there.
See, we're already helping with the community.
So I was going to just retie the one on the stick, I guess, because that's the one that's really kind of loose looking, or like it's going to break real easy. So
the collector, the reason everyone's getting it is like this is the mythic Boba that was prophesized. That's the reason I'm going to get it myself as well.
Mm-hmm.
And like the thing is, like, I know people are saying like, hey, it's not kind of accurate, or there's talks we had out before, but listen. You got to find the love within the 2-pack. Don't get it because it's FOMO. Get it because you want it, because it is a high price point. So, to each their own. You'll see you'll check out Maz. Maz will have his unboxing, and will have his photos too. So add it on his Instagram, I'm assuming, right?
But don't forget, we actually, geeking out, we were the first North American site to not only unbox it, but to do a live review. So again, you can check out our video. I spent 2 hours unboxing and reviewing both figures.
Yeah. It took answers, question answers, and everything.
Exactly. So it was pretty in depth. It wasn't, a 20, 30 minute, hey, this, that, or the other. We took photos of the figures, addressed issues. So check that out.
Yeah. If you guys want it, there's the link there for the unboxing.
Nice.
So check it out another time whenever you have a chance. Switching to one Star Wars, let's switch to another. Like we talked about with releases on our last one, with the Tank Commander. But this time we might have gotten something a little bit wrong because we got the Mustard. So the Mustard Boy has been released. And also, Don, you had an issue with the naming. Is that correct?
Yes, I 1,000% have an issue with this name. So, Howard, no disrespect, but please learn military terminology. This in no way is an artillery trooper. This is a mortar infantry trooper. I'll just say this. At minimum, if he was an artillery trooper, there would be no way in hell he could carry his delivery device. Artillery is either at a minimum towed by a vehicle, like a pet gun, or it is self-propelled, like a 155 Sheridan howitzer. And again, some people may not realize what I'm talking about, but mortars, that's what he's carrying. It's a mortar troop. Basically, mortars up to 88 or even 108 millimeter, they're carried by field infantry units called mortar infantry. Artillery, you physically cannot move without a minimum a truck, or it's self-propelled artillery. And again, I canceled this because this is not an artillery trooper. This is infantry.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
there's my rant. There's my military.
It makes sense, man. If you're in the military and you see this, you're like, please shut up and rename this. It doesn't, like, if a mortar stormtrooper sounds a little bit better than an artillery stormtrooper. Like almost rolls off the tongue, but a little bit better than when I say mortar. I do like this picture because it looks like he's winning the first place prize. He's like, oh, look at me.
Yeah, exactly. You
look
love
what
me.
I got.
You really love
and
me.
it gold with my trophy.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So this thing is like, Miles, what are your thoughts on the AKA Mustard Stormtrooper?
If I had money to throw away at stuff, I'd probably buy it to have it, but it's not something I'm going to drop what I'm doing and buy it. It's just unless it were to fall in my lap. I'm not saying I dislike it. I have no place for it really financially and or.
Well, here's the thing. It doesn't even have a sidearm. Like it
that
doesn't even have the stormtrooper
but
pistol.
You got troopers that come with my Remnant came with a handgun and the more rifle like blaster. He has no strap for that handgun. I could give him the handgun, or vice versa.
Yeah, OG fan. I mean, if you really want, technically no, because artillery is. I mean, again, you want my actual like combat infantry aspect, like real military. No, mortar is not artillery. Mortar is you kind of set it to a general area, and then you fire up to a certain round. Artillery. Again, depending on the round, you can actually laser guide that thing in with GPS satellites. So there is actually a major difference. But again, that's just me being an anal infantry guy who called in for fire and knows how to move, shift from a known point. Yeah. Any ex-Army people, I passed DIB. So.
Yeah. So it looks like this guy honestly misfired somebody or doesn't know how this works. It's
Where
just
did the round go?
Yeah. He's like, crap.
No, he's like, I got to cook off.
Right next to him. Was that what that was, or was that some grass?
Oh, which one? Oh, this one?
Back one. It looked in context, that grass almost looked like an explosion.
Yeah.
Because you did the where did it go look, and then the next one you hit was
like
that grass. It was kind of coming up like.
Yeah, you're right. That actually looks pretty good.
It's like boom! It landed right next to you, dude.
This one looks like he's about to get. He's like, I'm definitely fired. I'm definitely fired from everything.
At
rock
that
isn't
point,
heading
that's
toward
what
me, is it?
that's what we called counter fire. That's when our radar systems, the CRAM, has picked up on the point of impact, point of observation, and initiated a counter fire, and he knows he's screwed because he's seeing the wall of shrapnel coming at him. And again, real world stuff I'm equating to it. No, but just joking. Yeah, counter CRAM.
Yeah, that's it. That's what's gonna happen. This dude will save season 3. That's exactly. You nailed it, Bob Dylan.
Stranger Things is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Nobody liked him until he saved the kids.
I mean, if you have there you go. Here's the money shot. If you got these two, they look. I mean, I do like how he's holding
yellow mustard guy.
I do like how he's holding the mortar, like he's just gonna fire it from the hip.
Yeah, except
like,
there's no way.
Guys.
Like, okay, I have an empty mortar. Somebody load it for me.
Yeah, that's gonna shoot right out of his hands. Maybe even hit him in the face before the mortar clears the.
Yeah, and that's not assuming it doesn't have a cook-off because the angle of launch is wrong. Meaning it's literally going to attempt to launch and it can't because the angle of the displacement is not right. Yeah, again, I had no mortar training, but hanging around enough 11 Charlies, I know enough.
So
that's going to cook off and blow that's going to blow the mortar tube up.
Okay, so if an action, so note to self: do not hold mortar like a gun, and just.
You must think he's a kid playing with bottle rockets again.
Yeah,
exactly.
So yeah, so Lane, what's
up,
Lane? Since you're just coming in, hello, Lane. Everyone say hello to the man.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Lisa.
Sorry, I literally just finished watching Book of Boba Fett episode 3. So
that's fantastic. We're not talking about that at all.
Good.
So.
Well, that's great. But I'll
just say this: you like Danny Trejo's character?
Yeah, I'm very intrigued what it's gonna like.
Spoilers.
No. Any which way. I'm just gonna say. I'm just gonna say the storytelling me felt a little like uneven, like the series has felt so far. But there's a lot of cool moments, and I think things are set up for the second half to be very, very cool. Anyway, that's all I had to say about that.
Christopher Weaver. Yeah, and I'll just say this. Never watch any type of movie with ex-military where any type of military tactics are involved. It doesn't matter who we are. Just it doesn't. Yeah, we're anal like that. I mean, again, once you
all the time,
well, I think, Don, I think you could probably come up with a definite conclusion that the battle strategies of the Empire were usually not very good for regular troops' health. In the long term.
Shark Boy and Lava Girl entered the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, they were very. Just watching what Han's experience as a mud trooper that they have dudes who are called mud troopers. Not.
Hey, what are you guys gonna fight? Mud.
Yeah, so we're specialized for fighting in the mud.
Yeah,
but I see you talking about. Yeah. Sorry, like you mean for Pancake Windu? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Because that's definitely what he is. But speaking of troopers that I am super excited for, I am super excited for this figure being released. I cannot wait to get Artillery Trooper. Okay. Are you kidding me? I've had this guy pre-ordered since like the second day he was available.
Was it the mustard that got you?
Well, I've got the ketchup and you got to have the mustard. Now, the problem is that that also means you got to have like 2 regular troopers because they're the bread. And then you got to have like either Darth Vader or Moff Gideon or somebody because they're the meat.
Okay. All right. So this is the setup you're going for, huh?
Well, I don't know exactly about that. But I'll have them definitely in the same thing. They're going to be going with my Shore Trooper. But I just, I know it's basically like literally almost the exact same paint scheme as the Incinerator Trooper. And I do agree, unfortunately, I cannot get out of my head that they do look like they've got like red and yellow colored underwear on their.
Oh yeah, that's the best part.
Up this.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. When I heard someone say that last night, and I was like, "God damn it!" Now I can't see that.
It's like the box.
They have someone. Yeah, they have someone wearing their wife's panties on their mask.
Yeah, pretty
much. I don't know. Just strategically perspective, though, I don't know why they'd be this distinguished as to what kind of trooper they are. I mean, maybe like a band around the arm or something, but the whole mustard and ketchup theme that they got going on, I think is just like,
bro,
screams for a
didn't you-
sniper to take them out. You know, just
You never-
like, oh,
you never
we don't want
watched,
that on the battlefield. Bang.
Well, obviously,
You ever
that
watch Megamind, dude? It's all about the presentation,
Yeah.
man. If you're a villain,
Maz, you don't think when you remember watching that mofo come walking up there, the incinerator trooper, that like he would just like, I don't give a bleep what happens if it's something's burning. The way he just kind of stomped up there arrogantly.
No, I knew Grogu was going to kill him.
Well,
Yeah, it's like
Right.
Family Guy.
Like-
You know, hey, I'll dress like a clown because nobody's expecting a clown to show up.
oh,
you
yeah,
guys
I
are
mean,
idiots.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Now, admittedly, the only guys who seem to kind of get punked like they shouldn't have were the Death Troopers because they went down like putts when they shouldn't have like that. But the only thing I'm disappointed by is we don't see this guy. He doesn't come in the Stroke Deluxe Edition like we had with the pictures for the prototype.
He's too clean for me, man. All of these armors are too clean. If they're outdoors, they should have a little bit of dirt.
He
on
does. Look,
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
Like,
see
look
right
on
here,
his
man. I don't know if you
helmet
can
and all
see
that
it
stuff.
on the
them.
screen,
Yeah, well, I can't
but
see
they
it
come with some scruff on there.
Yeah, I mean it's like the command. It squad the
Yeah,
squad
see,
leader
here it
slash
is.
commander.
That looks like he's
One
about
does
to
it.
put a beer in there.
No,
This is a
Here's
beer
your-
cannon,
here's your
dude.
Colt
This is the
45,
whole thing.
Orlando.
He's like, who wants a shirt? Who wants a T-shirt?
Yeah, sure.
honestly, though, if you got, I mean, it is completely the accessories for this guy that makes him somewhat interesting at all. Otherwise, he would just be like, he doesn't even come with like a. I mean, even the not set exactly right scout troopers at least came with a little blaster with them. This guy doesn't even have a blaster.
Yeah.
So if anybody gets within like 100 feet of him, he's dead duck.
Yeah.
Unless they're another stormtrooper, because then they can't hit anything from
I
more
mean,
than
they're
4
supposed.
feet away.
It's supposed to be 2, right? He's supposed to, or he's just a one-man squad. Oh no, I lost it. My bad. I did it. I did it.
Nate shall
Oh,
be
no.
forever. Will be forever. Just
There he
like,
is. There's
disappointed.
there's his number 2 there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Now he has no gun.
this guy is completely about accessories. Like
The
that's
guy
it.
behind
I
him
mean,
not wearing yellow. He can still carry it. Why
Yeah.
do we need yellow all over us?
that
Because
Martin
he's
is our-
apprentice.
he's a
He's
a
the
trained
apprentice.
artillery trooper. He is trained to shoot mortar shot.
Yeah, he's
Which-
like, hey, can you?
Admittedly, having a mortar shooting thing in Star Wars makes about as much sense as dropping bombs in outer space, like in The Last Jedi.
Looks like he's like
but-
waving to the people. He's
Yeah,
like, hey, Ma.
yeah. No, hey, goodbye. I'm about to shoot
Hi,
at you.
yeah, you see me? Watch this, idiot.
Yeah. Well, if it was another stormtrooper, I would say they were probably going to get blown up. Anybody else? Probably not. But I'm excited for this trooper. I think it's a great price point, $220. It's a unique. Now it's the accessories that make this guy. Like I'm not going to say like he's absolutely, but if you and what's nice is, well, I mean, kind of what's nice is that this guy is like the incinerator. He is just a solo trooper. You do not need to buy more than one of him. Unless I mean, I guess you could buy 2 maybe if you really, really wanted to, but at the same time,
all these things are detachable on his backpack, which is cool. So you see like the grenades and the mortars, all of them come off.
Yeah.
Lake Studio triggered a thought though. His Commander Cody's stepson. I was like nepotism in action.
But he
doesn't know what he's doing there, but he's in a stormtrooper outfit now.
Yeah. Or this could be from those old robot chickens when they had to bring the stormtrooper, bring the family to work. This could be like the daughter or something like that of that.
Yeah,
to become
bring
an
your daughter
idiot
to work every day.
idiot stormtrooper, because that's what she had genetically to work with. But I think it's a really cool trooper. Is it absolutely something that, like, you know, it between getting this or having extra, you know, the money from say buying this, like $230-$40 to ship it? Would you get that over having that money set aside so you get like the Boba 2-pack? No, then absolutely not. But if you like troopers at all, I think this one is a buy, and it has enough. And
Dylan with a super chat.
Thank you.
$2. Thank you, man.
Yeah, awesome.
Paradox.
Thank you. Yes, and I get that. I get that immensely. Yes, thank you. Stormtrooper eyes.
Who's gonna last? Who's gonna last longer? Red shirts versus stormtroopers. Go.
Hey, Stormtrooper misses the red short, still
Thanks,
dies.
goddamn, man.
Yeah, he dies no matter what. Like there's Stormtroopers that live.
So you're
But
right.
that's from only TOS though. That only applies to TOS.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that basically they would shoot the phaser. For some reason, there would be a cadence of particles that would cause the trooper to get blasted, and then part of the beam to bounce back and then vaporize the red shirt. So they both end up
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what happened.
And what's nice is these. Not the backpack because that's magnetic, but the artillery shot and even some of the grenades you could put with other troopers. So there's flexibility with the accessory, but this is completely the accessories that make this guy at all. Like this is.
I'm going to be honest though. I'm almost tempted because tax return is coming up. If I could get a different base made for this guy, then I'd think about possibly getting it where it said Mortar Trooper.
Or you know what could go with this? If you were getting anything like if you like, let's say, Don, you got the Boba diorama pack, the diorama bases with those. If you're not having one of them used, this guy could easily go on one of those.
Damn it, Lane! Why are you giving me ideas? Why are you enabling me? Why are you influencing me, Lane? Why are you giving good ideas?
I'm trying to be Justin Light.
I love you, Lane. I love you.
Okay, but
also, Lane, have you defeated your Wookiee enemy today?
No.
Okay.
I did shave, so I'm not as hairy. Yeah. But this, I mean, it's not a major release by any means of the imagination, but it's not one I think you have to run out and buy. He's not going to sell out for like 6 months.
No, I'm pretty sure everyone that saw this release was like, okay, all right.
But, well, here's the thing, though. This was released. You know what this also signals? We're gonna get a clone Mortar Trooper because the mortar they did is exactly the same as the Clone Wars mortar. So we're gonna get a Clone Wars Mortar Trooper eventually.
Well, this is all new engineering. I mean, it's just plastic stuff, so it's not like necessarily was super expensive to develop or anything. But it's new weaponry. You can guarantee if they can try and reuse it for something down the road, they are.
Oh, we're getting a clone trooper with the mortar. My only issue is why did we not at least get a belt with a holster for a sidearm?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he should have a pistol at least.
I mean, he doesn't look like he knows what he's doing anyway. So what is he going to do with
he left his gun at home?
Yeah, no, he feels like he's a literal pride. Like, again, if anyone has seen Stripes, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Soldier, the army has paid a lot of money to train you on that. Now aim the mortar and fire. 5 seconds later, Sergeant Hulka. Yeah, that's literally what I think is. This is the missing scene from Stripes at the mortar range.
But so before he blows up the rope climb thing.
This is
Sergeant Hulka. Sergeant, does this mean we're done training for the day? Yeah, I love that movie. Sorry.
Let me ask you guys a question, Maz v. Don.
Yeah, what's up?
So for this, since we're just, I mean, it's a trooper. There's not a ton you can say necessarily about a trooper that we haven't seen before, especially since he's not even like a stormtrooper. So for this month, for the remainder of this month, before we head into the Chinese New Year.
Yep.
Do you guys think probably mostly what we will see since Boba's out, like Boba's released, that's kind of the big one. That of any Star Wars hot toy releases over the last 2-3 weeks or so, or next week and the week after will probably be troopers. And I know they were the whatever, if you trust Toys Wonderland or not for what they're showing you. They had the assault tank commander, and the transport trooper was roughly around this time. Do you think most likely, if we're going to see another Star Wars release or 2 hot toys, they probably would be like Mandalorian troopers? Or
Assault Trooper, I think, is the next rumored one to come out. The Assault Trooper.
I know Tony, the mech.
Well, the Transport Trooper, not the Assault Trooper, is the one that Toys Wonderland is putting promos out on.
I got the
Assault Commander.
Yeah, from
the white armor, not the Mando one.
Yeah,
the white armor, not
yeah. That's what I mean. It's either them or Transport Trooper. Where I like those ones. Would figure might be the other hot
Transport Trooper. I haven't seen anything on Toys Wonderland emails. I've seen
no. I'm just saying in general. Yes. That's what I saw. I think he'll be next, but I'm saying for the rest of this month, it'd be more likely troopers or something we will see before Chinese New Year. comes rolling on in, and then we hit that dead period for like a month for
Yeah,
Star Wars Hot Toys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting on my my transport trooper, not the tank one, but the Mando transport to do my Mayfield project. I've already got my cycler rifle painted and done. I've already got the head sculpt done, painted in my possession. I mean, I've even got a spare body if I need it, if the head sculpt is just the single neck peg system. So,
well, what I will just tell you put it is in how I'm finally in on the transport trooper is I had to decide between canceling my transport trooper for right now and my Clone Wars Darth Maul, and I decided to keep the transport trooper because
over Darth Maul.
Yeah,
dude,
he likes his troopers, man. He's a big trooper guy.
No. I might get Maul later on. But because Maul was delayed, I was able to get my full NRD back. And I
okay, all right. I understand.
I'm not saying I am probably going to end up getting him in the spring.
I might get my NRD back for that Ash. If the pictures I've seen for that Ash from Ace, it's not to change the subject. They're looking as bad as that.
No. I understand. Yeah, that literally looks like it went from a good head sculpt to why did you commify it?
The whole body looks janked, and the accessories look janked. And if that's what it actually is, when I see a reviewer do it, I'm gonna be like, Sideshow, cancel that and give me my money back because
that's not what you ordered.
No,
it does look pretty gnarly. I have it up. I was going to discuss that,
but it's just one guy that's posted it, right? It's just the one guy.
It's this. It's just this. Like, I mean, they look pretty big. They look pretty good. I mean, they're pretty detailed.
Boy, I hope my face isn't looking too bad here, but I'm like,
I should say.
I'm gonna be honest. That head sculpt, if that is within 10 to 20% of being realistic, I would be pissed if I paid the pre-order for this.
How much was he the deluxe for this one?
300 or 350? Sorry,
350.
Yeah,
hold
deluxe.
on. Let me find you the.
I mean,
so this is the final. It says final. These are the final production photos.
No,
I'm gonna be honest. The animated Obi-Wan and Anakin from Sideshow look better than this.
Yeah, I mean, because this does look like like you're right, Fat Man. This looks like a comic book style kind of type of movie. We've seen them do realistic before. So
here, I'm gonna link this in the private chat. V. This is the accessory that's supposed to be underneath the base. You know, the Henrietta coming out of the floor. That's the side by side of what they advertise versus what you're getting.
Wow, that's bad. Hold on, let me bring this.
Then you can give her hair.
So we'll address this, and then I want to move on to the next thing that people are kind of talking about in the chat and waiting for it. So check this out. This is real bad.
Whoa!
It is almost night and day. There's no, like, you could tell right here for like the fat curls or like the triple chins is nowhere.
That's painting, the finished one on the right.
Yeah, this is I'm assuming this is the finish.
The one on the right is
prototype versus product.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is the final to the right. So,
okay, yeah, I just saw the thing there. Ooh.
If you got this, don't return it.
I'm just hoping somebody reviews it before Sideshow tries to ship it to me so I can cancel it. If that's what they're actually getting,
you'll definitely get that. People will definitely get this before Sideshow gets theirs. It seems to be the case.
Does anybody in chat? Does anybody in chat currently have the Ash and the deluxe edition that comes with this?
It's a wish.com, my homie. This is definitely on that range.
Is anybody currently in chat like this is a figure you have on order or anything like that? $350 for the deluxe on this one?
Yes, it's a lot for the deluxe and
she's part of the deluxe part right there.
Yeah, this is
so that's part of what you're basically spending the extra money on.
Yeah. So if that's what you're getting, I want no part of it. I'm sorry.
Not to be, guys, usually I try and be a little bit measured in what I'm saying. If that is what now maybe it's missing some of the hair or something. I don't, these pictures, I'm always a little until we actually see someone come out of the box for this. But if that comes out of the box, like we see it open and that comes on camera out of the box, when that's what it looks like, that's straight hot garbage, man.
Yeah, whoever ordered this thing as a reviewer, they need to review this thing as soon as they get it, because I want to see not just because this seems to be one guy that's posting these pictures, so he might be.
So we gotta wait and see.
But even if that's the case, the paint, you could tell the the coloring is a little bit off because the lighting might not be there. It's the paint job, like the final paint job, like the structure of the figure itself, look how
It
they
looks
had the
cheap. It
detail.
looks cheap.
Yeah, the detail in the chin, all the chins is nowhere to be found. Our detail in the arm has been skinified. Like there's like looks like there's like a chicken wing situation has been gone completely.
I'm
so
just
it's
gonna say,
not even the fact that you have.
I'll just say this. It looks like it went from a decent head sculpt with not articulation, but detailing. You see heads, the hair, detailing, whatever. When I look at the final production, you know what it looks like? Baron Harkonnen after he just got hit with a toxic spray.
You guys want Baron Harkonnen? Pre-order freaking Ash.
No.
Deluxe.
That is not a zombie. That is Baron Harkonnen after Leto hit him with the poison tooth.
There's a shot of like the whole set that the person unboxed, but again, it's the same.
Let me.
So I don't know.
I
don't know if you want to stick with this and come back.
I'm just going to put in context. Think about this for a second.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second here.
Mando Luke Skywalker Deluxe is $330, and I know we're comparing Asmus to Hot Toys, but at the price point that Deluxe is, the Deluxe Mando Luke that comes with that half or quarter or whatever you want to call it, which looks pretty detailed of the Dark Trooper and a base and all that other stuff and all his things for Hot Toys is $330. That thing comes with a $350 deluxe edition.
All right,
that's
yeah. So Maz just linked this, and
no, that's the old picture.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna get to it. So this is what we were talking about, but here's the rest of it. Hey, you guys, that's pretty on point, man. Here's the rest of it. Like this is look at this. Here's that figure. This is the final. This is the whole deluxe set, the 350 deluxe set. This is the final production photos. Is that correct? This is the final. This is.
I think maybe this is somebody else's attempt at making it. To be honest with you, because for one, none of the pictures show you the alternate arm, where he's got the the shirt with the arm coming out of it, the ripped shirt and stuff, and that just kind of confuses me because there's no pictures of that up. So
what would be?
This could be somebody just trying to make their own custom, or it could be in the middle of production. I don't know, but. That's why I want to see more pictures. I want to see other users give me more pictures before I make a definitive decision.
Okay. So we don't know for a fact that this could be it or could be someone else. Yeah.
Like,
but if this is definitive, I want nothing to do with it.
Dear Lord,
cancel this.
Do not.
Nate, do you have this on order, Nate?
Nate, do you have
Nate has
2
on order.
How many do you have, Nate? Where's
He's
your
got
army
2 on
building?
order. He's got one from Asmus and one from Sideshow.
Yeah, but I don't think if this is what they've actually put out, I don't think he's going to have many. I don't think he's going to have any pre-orders within the next hour or so. So
yeah. But here's the thing: we do. So here, one thing we do have is that we do have the final stills of Ash Williams, from
Asmus.
From Asmus. So we can take a look at that. Be like, all right, well, what does he look like from there? So this is what he looks like. This is the final. So if you're not a fan of the look,
like in the thing, so that's one clue that those pictures might be real because that's how the pants fit him on the other one.
Yeah. So here's.
Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah. No, you're right. No, keep going, man. Keep going. So I'm just going between the two of like, hey, spot the difference. Those old children's book where like, what's the difference between the two? Here you go. This is what we're trying to figure out. Like, is this a fake between this one, the final production, and what's posted here? So
they look the same, to be honest with you.
They have a lot of similarities here.
The head sculpt looks pretty much the same. I mean, the lighting, you have to account for that, of course, but
all I'll say is I'm glad I didn't pre-order this because this looks like crap.
Well, just leaving out all the accessories, even if you were buying the regular one for like 190 or 200 or whatever it is, you'd still be kind of annoyed. Because this honestly, like, if that's supposed to be Bruce Campbell, that looks worse than most of even, I think, any of their worst Lord of the Rings figures.
This is almost NECA quality.
Yeah, that's
good. But you also got to think about it too with Asmus here. You realize that they're not showing you any of the extras. I mean, like even the head that's lopped off, they got that bokeh out because they got such a small field of focus and. Her head's all blurry when it's flipping off. You can't tell what the heck is going on. From
so let's see that. Here's where's what about that?
That's the only accessory you see, and it's all blurred.
Yes,
because
Bob,
they wanted
thank
to
you.
make it all photo-y.
So this looks like a Barbie doll element or something
Yeah.
that they messed up with. And then this is the hair.
It looks
That's
like a
supposed-
rejected, like almost Robbie Margot
Yeah.
head sculpt, like almost as a joke to.
It looks like the Tanya or I Tanya,
Yeah,
like head where she has
Tanya.
the bangs and whatever. And
Yes. The Tanya, the movie.
The movie,
with,
yes. Yeah.
Where the Winter Soldier plays her manager.
Stan,
Doesn't
Sebastian
it-
Stan.
Guys, doesn't it feel like you should like have this picture and then you should have it memmed where you just like stick up the bottom, like the face sculpt of
So bad.
from the Ant-Man and just have Asmus written on it. You just have the big goofy smile.
With the teeth, the paw red
Yeah,
teeth.
just it's covering the
Smiling.
face part, but we still see the smile in the teeth. And like, okay, let's look at say this thing. It would be like the head was Asmus poking up right here at the feet, and just saying Asmus
Lane,
with that
you're a
smirk on
sick
it.
individual. I love you for it.
I know that's just what I'm thinking of when I'm seeing this right now for how awful this looks. Because I mean, I think the worst. I think at least for facial sculpt that I have ever seen Hot Toys do is that one. That's me is my
Actually,
worst.
here his face doesn't look too bad. I'm
Yeah,
not worried about that.
it might be
Oh,
light
here.
or something, but
Oops. Sorry, guys.
for $350, man, it doesn't matter. Like this has got to be Hot Toys, even if it's 7 out of 10 Hot Toys quality for that
Yeah.
much.
But if
This
that's
is
his body
bad.
and that's how his clothes fit, I don't want that at all, man. That looks.
I mean,
horrible.
you see it here, right? Like
It looks better there.
it's like his shoulders are broad, but this looks just like a Ken doll or something. His neck is so
It almost
warm
looks
and-
like they changed bodies mid-production, or they went with one body for the promo shots. Then they decided it'd be cheaper to go with another body for production.
Yeah. It's so bad. So, anyways, bottom line, wait.
Wait for Justin. Wait for Justin.
Wait.
to get it.
Yeah,
Wait.
wait.
Oh, it's perfect. This, yeah, whatever. But that's my, yeah.
No.
that's my-
Yeah, I got it. Look.
All right. So, thanks, Moz, for bringing that up. It's a travesty to see that. But the one thing I want to kind of bring up with you guys is the other so third party figure that we're
Ooh,
seeing.
now
here.
that looks fire.
Yep, I know where you're going on that one.
This,
So we're seeing this guy, and I want to know everyone's thoughts. We're gonna start.
Oh, do you have the memes
We're
though?
gonna start. Well, I'll bring up the memes. I'll bring up the
Okay,
memes
you
for
know what?
sure.
Yeah. The
For
one
sure.
company versus another.
Yeah, they just
Yeah.
need to have like Gambit from. Oh, I just spoiled it.
Well,
You
you
need to have
spoiled it.
him handing the other one a beer and say, "Hold my beer."
Yeah.
Exactly.
That
So-
one, that is
Well, hey,
fire.
hey,
This-
hey, guess what? Hey, Moz, at least it's not Taylor Kitsch.
Yeah.
Gambit.
From
okay, so
one
this is
from
the
one third
so-
party
I
to the
couldn't
next.
stand him, man.
Look at the night and day in that. Just not even Fed scope or any of that stuff. Just the costume that he has on. Just the
I just wanna
detailing
order him
here.
just because,
Yeah. Just look at this.
You look
The Cajun
this is like
spice.
this is animated series like done perfectly
Yeah.
from the
Look at-
90s.
I mean, have you seen
Look
some
at
of
them
the
thick
comments
thighs.
on our on 6-scale survival guide? On the comparison shots, they're like, "Why is the Sideshow version yellow?"
This one right here, right? This is
Yeah,
the,
and people are like, "It's COVID related." So,
bro.
or-
Look at the monkey ears that they put on.
Yeah,
this
the
man.
Monkey King Gambit.
Yeah, the
Exactly,
thin
yeah.
lip monkey cage. Oh
yeah,
man.
the hair looks to me honestly, it's worse as the hair.
Oh
like
god.
I don't know. Why.
I mean, it's almost like a rejected Terminator head sculpt that wouldn't fit on the endoskeleton face.
Yeah, this is from Wish.com. But this look at the
yeah.
just look at the chest piece like itself,
Yeah,
like the
Lisa
detailing in
was
the chest
perfect.
between like the solid just mass that they put on.
You know what that is? That's like literally old Sideshow clone armor stuff that they worked with Hot Toys with. And they're like,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll put some more ridges in it. Yeah, we don't have to pay for it.
I gotta agree with Lake Studio though. The Sideshow one there, the one on the left looks like Sean William Scott a little bit.
Oh my god, it does look like Sean William Scott.
That was Lake Studio's eye there.
Dude, have you seen my cards?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does look like Stifler.
yeah.
What does it say?
I'm gonna say is if anybody in chat, if you guys were ones who were looking at like the Sideshow Crow figure coming out later this year or something, and you're seeing this right now, I would definitely say you might, if you had any
Dude,
second
I'll tell you
thoughts,
this,
you might
if you-
have not want to like look at that.
If you like the Stifler style head sculpt,
Go for it.
go look at the Urban Warrior 99 figures that were just released. There are two versions. There's a Terry Crews Gunnery Sergeant version, and there's a Stifler version. Again, if you like this, go look at that head sculpt. This might actually work for this as a short-haired Gambit. So,
Dude, I'm gonna make
but
a
the ears
figure
literally
of that
look like
Evolution.
again, if you watch The Shortest Yard, the Adam Sandler remake, the first 10 minutes, this is literally the police pullover scene when he's talking about the ears and pulling a reception.
It's like, do you get cable on those things?
Yeah, exactly.
For real. Like,
just-
look
I mean,
at here's the real breakdown.
If you told me,
between
I
the
would expect you to tell me the opposite of what these were, which is the license and which is the third party.
right?
The only
Like,
problem I
look at the
see with the SooSooToys is you're not going to have as much mobility with that suit on. That suit looks like it's going to impede his
But that
articulation.
suit looks pimp compared.
Oh, it looks great.
Like, seriously,
It looks
the suit Soso did looks quality. Like the suit Sideshow did looks like Black Series quality.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say is that might be true, Maz. But if you have more posability for the other one, it's mostly just going to be that Gambit trying to stick his head in the ground so he acts like an ostrich so he doesn't have to look at himself.
It's
Yeah.
almost insane to see the difference here.
Like, even look at the differences in the jacket, the quality, the material, the leathering, the stitching.
I think the head sculpt with the hair like that on the second sculpt, I think looks better. Like the
So
figure
this
to
one
me with
right
that
here,
on
right?
looks better. Yeah, it looks. I'm not saying it looks great in comparison, but I think it looks.
Sideshow one still looks anorexic.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
lost some
I'm
thickness.
saying
to
he
him.
looks better. I didn't say he looked good.
I can see what you're saying, because like the style, you're saying the style
This
of
is
having
closer.
the coif, right?
This is
like
if,
a little.
this is.
I can't get it, but
This is closer to me looking somewhat better in comparison to each other than
Bro,
the first ones because
they
he
did
doesn't
get
have the
some
big
freaking
monkey
license.
ears. Like that's the thing with me that's throwing me off for the Sideshow is the big monkey ears. It's
Yeah, when you
like-
cover the hair, it's not so bad.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
this, come on, like this is
this is nice
this is
day.
iconic Gambit. This is the iconic Gambit everyone knows. You know what I mean? This is like
That's X-Men
this was-
266 Gambit right there.
yeah, this was like 2000s. This was 90s Gambit. Like when he first premiered, you're like, oh, this like this hair flowing everywhere and all that stuff. And then you have the one on the right, and you're like, oh my god, like he looks like he has like gangrene, like he like took too much Tylenol, tried to, whatever, because he's like turning yellow here. Like what happened to him?
It's unfortunate now he's just Mr. Rogue.
Yeah, he's like, I don't think you're anything, man.
I'd get that
Just,
SooSooToys one and make an X-Men 266 cover, man. But you wouldn't have
Yeah.
a Storm, which sucks. Because you
Yeah,
need that.
it wouldn't suck, but you could still do something with it.
Yeah.
Like
'Cause
he
I
looks
totally see that with the hair up like that and everything. It's totally the right hair. for that
just
cover.
even like the way like the belt has buttons. Like
That
this, just like
generally
look at the general detail and everything that they're putting, like the creases in the jacket, to the comparative like to what he has over here is just nonsense.
I would pose him with that book. I think if I got him, man, I'd put the book behind him on the whatever shelf I got him on, and
Yeah.
pose
Let me
him in
bring
front
up
of that.
some other pictures here that we have so we could see him. Look, here's the inside look of what the Gambit looks like.
Dude.
So
Now I'm kind of wishing I had more money. 'Cause I
don't
was-
we all? Don't we all? So,
maybe I can cancel the Ash and get this guy. But obviously I can't move the money, but I could be like, hey,
maybe.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
just before anybody jumps the gun, though, wait till the Ash actually get to see it.
No, what are you talking about? We gotta jump the gun here. That's what we all do. Telling you like this is what you need to do. All right, guys. So here's the full effect of like
that
the
looks
guy himself.
great.
Yeah,
This
it
is
just looks like
just full in hand size comparison. You look at your hand, you look at the toy. This is 1-to-1. So yeah. What are your guys' initial thoughts? So let's go. I'm gonna go with Maz. Maz, lead us off.
I'm
What do
in
you-
love with it, dude. Does he come with the bow staff or just the card?
I have to look at accessories.
Yeah, I can look at
Let me while you talk about it, like all right, so Maz, you said you love it. Lane, what's your thoughts?
Oh, I think it looks great. Like if you like 90s animated series, like that 90s animated series, now it makes me want
animated series. That's straight out of the comic book right there, man. The first appearance.
But it makes me think more of the 90s series. That's where I first saw Gambit. I'm not old as you, boss.
All right. So I'll show you what he comes with. So here we're gonna put it up there and right here.
Yes, he's got the bow staff.
Right there, yeah.
He's got the bow staff. He got the 52 pickup, and you can. It looks like you can put the cards in there.
You put the effects on the cards, maybe.
No, I'm looking at it's just the effects itself. I'll show it up.
Yeah, they got the bow staff. They have all the they have all the necessary accessories you would need. How much is this one going for?
$179, depending on where you buy them from. $179. But I think Comic Centaurum is about the only one that's probably got it left now. It's gonna be like 200 and something.
It's gonna be sold out now.
Which Comic Centaurum is Toys Wonderland. Just as a warning, that's a warning. Buyer beware. It's your money, but yeah,
it's where I got my Green Menace from. It worked out fine.
I'll never shop there again.
It's a great figure. I think. I mean, we're the next couple of months, even with Chinese New Year, we're going to be in a sea of figures still.
Yeah.
But if you have the money for it, or you've been looking at this for a while, I think that it's one you should go for before it sells out.
So this is So this is the like, to your point, Maz. I was trying to look at see if any pictures had any posability to it. You're probably right. Like the most posability is probably the arms here, so like the bending and the throwing here. But like if you look at the knee, it looks like there might not be a lot of give there. It might be kind of Spider-Man-esque. So like the new Spider-Man that came out for the PlayStation might have that tension there. So I wouldn't be
like my Green Menace. I think where the rubbery costume restricts his mobility because he's got double joints, but the outfit itself won't let you get the full double joint out of the bends and everything. So it's kind of annoying.
So I think you guys said this right. $235 from Comic Centaurum, aka Toys Wonderland. So be careful with that.
That was shipped, he said, I think too. So
it's shipped. Okay. So single jointed elbows. Any idea, guys?
Well, I know
I'm gonna say
double joints, but his stuff again keeps him from getting the full bend. It's more like a single bend articulation.
So this is I guess out of all the pictures I have available in front of me, the most bend you could see from the arm. So if that looks kind of cool, I mean, there you go.
Wait for the other screened update. But
if anyone has any of the pictures,
where's that arm at? I can't tell.
It's behind his arm or his back.
Oh, it's behind his back.
Behind his back there.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
So, he comes with a ton of hands. One's glowing and one's regular. So, and I do like the flight
limited to 450 pieces. What?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, it does a limited edition with all the extra hands, I guess.
Maybe. Let me see. No, limited to only 450 in total, I think. So is this something you guys are thinking of getting? If you could get it, would you get it? Would this something that fit you in your line? Do any of you have the Sideshow version?
No, I don't.
No. I mean, would you? Or is this something you think you'd pick up if you had extra cash?
Yeah, if I had the cash, I'd be buying it right now, dude. I'm looking right at it. $195.
Yeah. I don't know if they still have this up here at Giant Toys. I guess
no, it's Giant Toys. The first one that sold out.
Oh no! Well,
they sell out.
Pablo,
fast.
Congratulations on getting it pretty good. Don, what do you think? Is this? Are you ready for the Raging Cajun?
Here's the thing. I've kind of stayed out of the X-Men forte because I might get sucked in, but also at the same time, I want to see what certain characters are done. I'm going to be completely honest. Gambit to me is not an essential X-Men character. Now, I know by saying that, I'm going to get torched by some people. Some people agree with me. But again, even if I was going to grab an X-Men collection, Gambit to me is not essential. So, and again, if I piss some people off, sorry. Some people agree with me, great. But
money.
He's a fan favorite. It doesn't mean he's an integral part of the X-Men, though. No. He's just a fan favorite.
I mean, he's just like he's the Boba Fett. No, I wouldn't say that because a lot of people. He's a
no. He's literally that guy they found that has some skills with manipulation.
He's the smoothest.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what Gambit reminds me of?
He's a ladies' man, no doubt. Yeah, like Rogue, watch out. But other than that,
like our boy
Negasonic Teenage Warhead, I think, would kick his ass.
Wait. The comic one, I think, or the movie one? Because that's
movie ones, like Taylor Kitsch movies, not comics. No, not comics, not comics.
Yeah,
I'm talking movies. Like if we're talking movies, Taylor Kitsch. Good luck.
Godspeed to you. But I think this guy on a level of coolness, he's Lando. So I think he'd be drinking a Colt 45 with a man in the cape in another galaxy. But they've kind of outdone themselves with this one. Like it really shows that if they ever got a proper license deal, they'd put a lot of people to. I mean, they clearly put Sideshow to shame.
I think what would be smart for Hot Toys to do is to buy them up and let them work on these kind of properties for them. You know, the comic-y type properties that they don't really handle, and have them get those out. Because Hot Toys has got all the licenses, right?
Yeah.
So in order to, Disney's not going to be like, well, we'll give you a license. No, have them envelop SooSooToys. Let them keep doing their thing. Maybe run it through a few more QC things. Not that there's any problems with any of the stuff that I've gotten, but just because you got Hot Toys name on it now, run it through those checks or whatever. But let them handle those off movie properties. Just the properties they're not taken care of as far as Hot Toys goes. Because I'm sure they would get the licenses for them, given what kind of price they can make these figures at.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I think if you have it, God bless you. You came out big with will probably be a grail for some, because you got the best one on the market. I don't think there's a better one that I know of that's better than this Gambit out right now, because clearly Sideshow dropped the ball on this like they did with Grievous. So let's move on to another third party that we have in store that was released. That has to do. Oh my God, my chats are.
Mine too. But this isn't third party. If you're going there, this is official.
This is Blitzway, and isn't this a statue or is this a figure?
This is statue.
Yeah. A statue.
It's probably going to be a big boy. It's quarter scale.
Hold on.
Yeah, because the company that actually has the 1/6 license is a new company, and they've already revealed the Paul, but in his royal suit, from the ceremony before they went to Arrakis. So this is a statue. Is this quarter scale or 1/6? I think this is quarter.
Is 1/4 right here.
Yeah, it's quarter scale. Quarter scale Fremen suit.
Yep.
So hold on.
Looks really nice. Really nice. Of course, then unfortunately, because it ties in with Prime 1, my first response is, okay, how many hundreds of dollars is it going to take for you to get it delivered to your house?
Since we're talking Dune, I went and grabbed that.
Oh,
yeah. Let me see. Hold on, let me bring them up.
You are the captain of the steel case crew.
Oh, this thing is sold the hell
out
too. You can't find this anywhere.
I'll be cool.
I went to 3 Best Buys because I was afraid that it was going to come damaged. I wanted to have one on backup so I could, return one, and they didn't even get them in. They all went to pre-orders.
Oh, so is that
of course
from,
unrelated?
The same time when you
you
took the pictures of the TMNT upgraded wired cabinet from Arcade 1-Up at Best Buy today?
Yeah, it was $600. Yeah.
So
I paid $150 for mine, and they want $600 for the wired version.
Is that the full size one that you paid $150 for?
Well, no, I got the the mini version, but it's still the same game.
Yeah, but these are the full size ones. I mean, it's got the chair or whatever.
Well, no Arcade 1-Up is full size. It's 3/4 size.
Well,
So we have here is the 6-scale version. That was a third party. I believe OUTTA. So
Yeah,
but do
they're
they
not
have
third
license
party.
for it though?
Yeah, no, they are officially licensed. They're brand new,
Okay.
but they
Yeah, that's
do
for
have
the
the legendary license, or yeah. So they're not actually third party; they are first party.
Wow. Okay. So this
I've
is their
never
first
heard of them.
portray. I've never.
Yeah, they're officially licensed because they have the full legendary license, as you can see by their promos. So this isn't third party; this is official first party.
Interesting.
It looks
like when you compare it to this, right? I mean, it's a statue, obviously.
Yeah, quarter scale.
But
that looks better. That looks better.
This looks like someone got a little bit too much on the wacky tobacco and kind of went out for some.
Well, and it's just the rumor; it's prototype, so they might improve that. But this, I mean, who knows how much this is going to be? This could be like $800 to $1,000.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But with the legendary, the figure or whatever, whoever makes that, that's more accurate to the movie because he was only in the still suit for about 5 minutes the entire movie.
This suit, yeah, like not long.
He was in the desert for like 2 hours of the movie, but only had the still suit on for like the last 5 minutes. That drove me nuts.
Yeah,
can't be doing that, man.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you guys had to choose one, I know Lane, which one do you choose? What do you? All right, so what are you guys' thoughts of the promo pictures from this official license? Do you think they're good? Do you think they're first 4K?
Essence vibe right now.
I mean, you could tell there's some photoshopping going on here with the post effect. Yeah. So
I'm not
doing something
figure at all. Not at all.
I don't
unless they're doing a giant Harkins.
Yeah, but honestly, though, I mean, as much as I like this Dune, if I was going to get figures, honestly, just for this, because honestly, I buy a lot of my figures for this kind of stuff due to nostalgia. I'd want 84 Dune.
Yeah,
I want that. Dune, huh? I want 84 Baron Harkonnen with all
with the
Usul no longer
freaking gross things.
Yeah, all over.
Too much. Face. Well, they kind of have it with the Ash Williams deluxe, so you can go.
Well, yeah, this is true.
You can go grab that.
That face isn't looking ugly enough to be Baron Harkonnen from the '84 movie.
And then you got to be worried about this Blitzway statue because what was that other Blitzway statue that wasn't really coming up to snuff when they actually released it just recently? It was a Blitzway, and somebody else teamed up to make a statue. I forget who it was.
The only thing people want Blitzway to see is they want to see that Ecto 1 from Ghostbusters Afterlife right now.
Yeah, that's what everyone's. They promised. They promised.
That's right.
That's the thing. That's the main
promise
thing.
is a promise.
So,
well, if you want Cara Dune, Bob Dylan, there's a nice $600 statue waiting for you.
Now, do you want Gurney as in Patrick Stewart, or do you want Gurney as in what's his name? Josh Brolin.
Brolin. Thanos.
Yeah.
Thanos.
He should have just gone and taken care of all this work.
It does look like a young Christian Bale. Actually.
Thank you. Ledger Joker is what it was. Yeah, I missed the mark.
Yeah.
Blitzway one.
Yeah, that wasn't.
So that puts me on pause from any statues from Blitzway right now, though. Seeing that.
Yeah. Well, Prime 1 has never been. Like, I mean, it's maybe more the comic ones have been better, but Prime 1 has never been really much about the sculpting, facial sculpts. That's about like the big ass bases and how detailed they are. That's the whole thing. I mean, that's like, it's the opposite of what kind of I think people are having their minds for like J&D statues, where J&Ds are their bases are pretty boring. I mean, honestly, pretty boring in comparison. But they're about the facial sculpt and the accuracy and stuff like that. So that's, those two companies have different things with their
question. There's Prime
nice
1 and there's Iron Studios. Which one is supposedly the better of the two of those? Iron Studios?
No. Well, it depends what scale.
Iron Studios does the smaller scale stuff.
10 scale. Fantastic.
10 scale.
So who makes my Predators? Who makes the big
Prime 1?
Predators?
Prime, yeah.
Those usually
Prime
turn out pretty good.
Those are really good, but they're like $2,000 to $3,000, $1,500.
Then was it PCS? They do pretty good.
Yeah, Michael Myers PCS looked like garbage to me, but that was just me.
They're pretty good. I just am selling my one PCS statue right now, actually. Which, if anybody's after a Chun-Li, I have one for sale right now.
Do you have it? I can bring it up.
Win?
No,
Sure.
no.
What is it? What is it, Lane? You got.
No, this is not about saying advertising what we have on sale. I have it posted on several Facebook groups.
Find Lane. You'll see what he got. Don't worry about it.
It'll probably sit there till the end of time.
Yeah, it's good prices. But the thing is, Lane, is this a worthy addition to anyone's collectors that love Dune?
If you're a big fan of Dune, we won't know till
2021 Dune, right?
Well,
seeing what you're seeing right now.
Well, no, 2022, if not 2023, because they haven't started filming part 2 yet. And with everything that's going on, that's probably going to delay everything 3 to 6 months.
We're not seeing that movie until like 25.
Now, one thing I'll one thing I would give, everybody's in chat who maybe has bought Prime 1 or, you've not done too much with statues. One thing you have to keep in mind for Prime 1 is they take forever to get their statues out. Just to put in the context, they just were finally putting out a Harley Quinn statue that was originally announced 3 years ago.
Yeah, there's not even a date on when this would release on the.
So this may come out by the time.
This will come out year 10,191. So if you guys want to know when this is releasing, that's what's going to happen.
The Space Guild will deliver it to you.
Yeah.
The Space Guild will deliver this to you. But spice is required for payment on delivery.
But if you're a fan of this movie, this is probably going to if you want you want a big piece of merchandise or a centerpiece kind of thing, you're probably not going to be able to top something like this. And it's not a third scale that is like 3 feet tall. So it's going to be big, but it's not going to be silly huge.
Yeah, it's going to be like your quarter scales. Like you've seen.
That means it could be up to like
Hot Toys release quarter scales. You're going to get the quarter scale of this.
Yeah.
So that's the same height. So if you want 1/6 scale, this is the quality you're going to get. That suit, the suit that you're getting, right? You're not going to get the face sculpt like that, but the suit that you're getting, those are pretty cool accessories. I like that. The suit that's here, right? Maybe you might get it with this, but it won't be
final production.
I'm gonna be honest. For a statue with a still suit, there's a lot missing. They could add for accessories.
Yeah,
there's a lot missing.
I still think it looks. I think it looks pretty good though. And this is. They have plenty of time where they could alter things, add stuff, and things like that. So
they have plenty of time.
I mean, they're going to release it in like 1,000 years or 10,000 years.
This is going to be late 2023, probably early 2024 release, unless they
minimum
fast track it.
All right. So I do want to move on from this. There's one thing that has been teased for a little bit here. Let me see if I can get it up. And
I know you going where I think you're going.
Yeah, this is where I'm going. Give me 1 second, though. I need to prep here for a little bit.
I have a certain.
There's certain things that are happening. There's certain ideas.
I have.
So
Goblin.
You might be writing the same thing because we are breaking news. Great enemies are approaching. So this was posted by the official Twitter handler or Instagram.
V, pull your post, and I posted the same one like an hour before you, with the official post that we needed to translate.
Oh, can you? Let me see if I can get that. Hold on.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Where was that?
Is Google Translate? That thing tends to work, kind of.
Hold on.
Mostly.
It tends to work, kind of, sort of.
Do you have? If you have it up, can you just PM me or put it?
Yeah. Let me look. I'm trying to find it
because I have the untranslated version. Which if you can, I'll pull it up right here. You'll see. Yeah.
I'm looking. It's Facebook's being slow right now.
That's all right. So here's the untranslated version.
The deputies
those that read is it Mandarin or Cantonese? I don't know which one the character.
Just drop it into Google Translate. It'll translate it.
I can't copy and paste here. It's a still image. The whole thing is an image.
Well, pooey.
You can translate? That's perfect. Could you type roughly what they're saying?
Come on. One time,
I'm assuming
super slow.
I'm assuming
I had the translation done this morning.
Is what the deputy is saying is that the Green Goblin is on its way. So, but I don't know 1-to-1 is what it's saying, but this is kind of proof from the Hot Toys page
Should
itself.
be 2 head sculpts, one with the classic mask, the Power Ranger mask, and one with his weird homeless man goblin look.
Ben says, my translation says something about Spider-Man. You're welcome.
God, thank you. I didn't know that part. I didn't know it was about Spider-Man. I actually honestly thought it was about Batman and the DC and Flashpoint. So you nailed it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ben.
I was seeing that. I was thinking Bale Joker 3.0.
Yeah, this is what we're getting, guys. We're getting the Joker 3.0. That's whole. I think
the villains are coming. The villains are coming.
I think I have it. Hold on.
It's probably something equivalent to the villains are coming, though. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, that's what it said. I'm trying to pull the translation up. Come on, what the heck? Why is this being so slow for me?
Here we are. I think I got it here. Ooh, it's a little bit too big. All right. Yeah, sorry guys. I'm not Nate. I don't have the whole technical skills down here. So here it is. Green Goblin's coming. He is a human or demon. Classic villain returns. And this time, No Way Home. Hot Toys newly made Spider-Man classic villain collectible figures. Guess who that could be? Source, Hot Toys Weaver.
Wait, what does it mean by classic villain? I mean, are they going to go with like the Green Menace kind of look?
No, it's they mean in the sense of that of Spider-Man's classic villains. So made Spider-Man's. Okay. It's a possessive classic villain, not the classic villain of the Green Menace from SooSooToys. So
HKS, you missed it by like that much.
Hey, give props to HKS, man. That's like he's like a legit. It's like it's not even look. It says human or demon. It actually means ghost or demon. So,
so we're getting Ghostmaker from Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I'm gonna kick you. Get out.
Lane.
Oh wait, it actually is human or demon. Oh well, man.
I want to get a sample of Jeffrey Wright from What If saying, "Yeah, that happened."
So here's the thing. So imminent, it could be tonight. We might get a drop. This was recent. This is this morning that they're teasing this. We're looking tonight that could be a drop for the Goblin. So what do you guys think?
Well, everybody keep your ear to the ground for a Hobgoblin release from SooSooToys because I will be jumping right on that. But as far as Goblin for this, we know how I feel about this particular Goblin. I want Ock, but not Goblin on this.
I grab Goblin over Ock because I think Goblin is more an essential character to Spider-Man than Ock is.
But I have a Goblin, and that's my Goblin.
I understand that, but I think Goblin is more essential than Ock because Goblin makes Spider-Man question his values, his morals, why he does that. So essentially, Goblin makes Spider-Man become a better hero.
So this is like going back to everything that we were talking about before with, with the Domi and all that stuff. It's like, when these things drop, but you see the release date, because if this does drop, right? Say the Goblin drops.
April 2023 to September 2023.
Yeah. So
it's a long
Bob Dylan, Goblin.
Yeah, so we're looking at something that you're not going to get for a long time. Like we'll be on the announcement for the next Spider-Man movie when you're going to get this actual figure. So do you think that's like something that should people pre-order here for this figure?
It's going to be so long. Unless there is like special edition versions, like a broken mask. I really don't think there's a need to pre-order this immediately.
Do you think where they pulled that stunt back during the summer of last year where they had like the special edition you can only get for like a week or two or something during Sideshow Con?
Yeah, and they put a timer on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
like if they do something like that.
Yeah, and you're right, because we did have the Boba 2-pack that was in February last year, right? Was announced.
But not just this. You had the Deadpool that had the additional armor for the arm. That was an exclusive piece that was timed. You had the Mark I diecast that had the additional diecast helmet that was timed for the exclusive piece and a few other things. Yeah. So I'm seeing Hot Toys is going to do exclusive versions, and Sideshow will run that as, hey, we're gonna put a timer on the exclusive versions of this.
I think the exclusive version will be a broken helmet.
Yeah, so do I.
Because if they do a broken helmet piece, right, that will skyrocket that single pre-order for everyone to instantly pre-order, because it's like very like almost, I mean, iconic in the movie, because that's what happens. He breaks his helmet. I don't know if they will do a 2-piece. I don't think it'll be a double pack. I think it will be a single pack with just Willem Dafoe with the goggle, either the goggles removal or headset, or with the helmet up.
Nightmare Goblin with the broken mask.
Could be. It could be. Yeah, broken mask. So there's going to be something broken there. It won't be a 2-pack. I don't think if you're going to get a classic version, you're going to have to get, I think, was it the third party that did it?
SooSooToys one that I have.
The SooSooToys, yeah. The Fiend, that's what we're talking about.
3 minutes. Or the Toys R Us, yeah.
The Fiend one. So that's the one that you're going to look at. What do you guys think price point?
Depends on what he comes with. Really.
I'm thinking minimum out the gate, $389.
$389?
If it's him and just a glider, and he's got just the regular head sculpt, then probably around $350 or something. But if it's got the second head sculpt, it's gonna be closer to $395, I think.
$395. Okay.
If he's got a mask head sculpt where you can put on, give him the classic look again.
Okay. Lane, what do you think?
I don't think you need a pre-order right now.
Just wait.
Just wait.
What I mean, talking about, what do you think in terms of prices this will come out as?
If it comes with the glide, like it would depend to me if they do, because I mean this is Hot Toys, so they like to do stuff like this, where I could see them putting out just a regular, like the Goblin by himself, and then a deluxe version with the glider. So it could be like $285, and then $425.
I think what they might do is just make the base the glider, and that'll save on 2. So if you're talking about looking at making, 2 is 1, just make the base the glider, and then it saves on money, but also it takes away the fact of trying to pose them with other ways that people want. So it's kind of,
if they make I'm sorry to cut you off, but if they make the glider, it's no longer interesting to me at all. I mean, if you're stuck with the base and the glider being one piece, I wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
Not as a photographer that want to do all these shots and stuff. Then you're just very limited in what you can do with them.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Moz. I don't want the glider as part of a base that's hard locked in. I want the glider as a quote unquote separate piece that may have an attachment that you can actually hook up one of the smaller flexible display stands, the dynamic display stands.
That'd be good.
So you can actually do dynamic displays. So you can angle the glider. So with that aspect, if the glider can be part of the base without physically being attached to the base, that's one thing. But I'm with Moz. If the glider is physically a part of the base, that's going to kind of turn me off.
If they made it attached to like a gooseneck on its own, like the glider, and it's attached to the base, so it's always going to be on a base, but on a gooseneck where you can move it around.
Exactly.
Then they get some points back, and I'd be interested again. But if you can't move that glider and get some cool dynamic, motions, I mean,
it defeats the point.
It defeats the point.
So what at what point do you think, like, if you got the glider, right, you got the bombs, you got the different head sculpts and all that stuff, what would be too much for the Goblin? Do you think if they came out, it's like, hey, listen, we're gonna go for $490 or $500 for this guy, would you be like, absolutely not?
I'm looking at Boba Fett on throne as your price guide, because equate that throne to the glider. And then he's got the 2 head sculpts, he's got the guns, and so right around what, $390, $395, that's where I'm putting it at. If it goes much higher than that, again, it's going to price itself out of my budget, even though it's not my Goblin. I mean, just if it was my Goblin, it would be pricing itself out.
Right. I'm just trying to get a sense of, like, where would people land on this if it just kind of came out like that.
I mean, I would not be surprised if they do any die cast into this thing. It could be like $500.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they would necessarily, but I mean, if they're, if since Hot Toys doesn't normally do villains, the Spider-Man very much. If you're gonna go, man, I mean, for how they've looked though, I mean, think about all the other Spider-Man releases we pretty much have had. They've had deluxe editions that are $350 almost or over $400. The way the hype is for this, you go big or go home, go triple deluxe or don't come in.
But has Hot Toys done anything to an effect of like a glider accessory?
I don't think so. Nothing to that effect.
Can you get the glider in there? Show.
That looks cool. I love that figure.
Yep. This is the way they should do it if they're going to do it. Maybe have an extra piece to connect the gooseneck directly to the glider, so that you can you got the extra, because right now, I mean, he's supporting all that with his feet there. But,
yeah, but I think that's like the most correct piece. How like in terms of like weight to it, does it feel like kind of weightier? It's sturdy, I would say, the glider, or does it seem
the glider is very light actually. It's pretty much, I mean, it looks great, but it's pretty much, let me just pull him off of it. It's very hollow, but it's fine because it works for this glider. And of course, his boots, the way they are, help out a lot for him being on there. But so you go. It's pretty light. In fact, when it fell off that shelf before I put them back on the gooseneck, the glider actually broke. But these just, it's hollow in there, and these just popped right back on. They're just like snap pieces on there. But so I was thankful for that because I saw the pieces on the floor. Like, no.
I'm sure you were about ready to cry to the heavens,
dude. I was, man. His feet had fallen off and everything. So
you were just like, "Oh no, my God!"
I didn't even hear him hit the floor. I was just in the other room, right next door. I was like, "What? How did this win? What?
My love."
So this is the closest we have for any other announcements in terms of like, hey, what they're doing base. Like, it seems like if the goblins imminent soon.
Imminent.
Yeah, imminent. Doc Ock isn't far behind. And they've shown they have the technology clearly from the base that they're having
they
with
can
the
rebuild
Spiderman. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Doc Ock is the one I'm waiting for. Sorry.
He's would probably be the most impressive piece out of all of it. It will be interesting to see how much these pieces will cost, given how much this base itself is cost. Is $425. Like this with this, that's what I'm saying. This base, right, with this figure, with the head sculpt and everything, is $425. So we're looking maybe around this area or maybe even higher.
Yeah, that's getting outside the budget I would feel comfortable with, to be honest with you. Now, for Doc Ock, of course, being a more favored figure that I need to actually have, of course, I would go more, but for
Doc Ock seems a little bit more reasonable, I would say, because of just the intricacy of like how the tentacles are. But at the same time, what are those tentacles made of? Like, how sturdy are they?
How posable will they be?
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Can it stand the figure on its own, like just using the tentacle, or do you need to stand on top of it? Will the material inside the bendiness of it will it break, or is there going to be something else that's going to be inside of them that are they going to be interchangeable? Like they're going to be locked a little bit in that place into that motion.
What I would do with Doc Ock is I'm going to wait until I see a review on them before I decide whether or not I'm really going to buy them, because just for those reasons you brought up.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pre-order them until I see it.
Probably will be more than Iron Man, the deputy. So I will put that out there now. Given that the base itself, right, is $425, and most Iron Mans are north of that. This is the same thing. We're looking at
we'll meet again, Spider-Man.
Yeah, 360, 405. Like the most latest one is, 325.
It'll be interesting. If that was your best impersonation of the Green Goblin from Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends,
I think he was going for Wicked West, Wicked
Which of the West?
Well, he
I can't
screams
call
that
it.
in your
can't do it anymore.
favorite
I've
Tobey
been
Maguire
doing your
Spider-Man.
little Spider Friends too.
He
Alright,
does
so
that in your favorite little Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie too. He says that exact line. You know, when Macy Gray is watching them fight on balloons.
Oh yeah, that's
and he
right.
Runs off. He's like,
We'll meet again, Spider-Man.
And then he just runs
Yeah,
off.
the
and everyone's
World
like, "Who the hell
Heritage
was that?"
the World Heritage Festival.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what it was. Yeah.
there. Gee, I don't know if you guys seen this meme. Bring it up, and it makes me laugh every time.
Yeah, can can I just jump in real quick?
Go for it. Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
Side note. Why did Sideshow charge me and say that my Venom had shipped out on Monday, but yet I'm looking at my UPS tracking number. UPS has not got anything yet.
They've actually gotten kind of
did
dumb.
that to me.
I had that problem with
that to me.
with my Steelbook.
Well, I'm about to call them and say, listen, you charged me for
UPS
this.
has it, man. They're being dumb. Like this guy, he had some weird tracking stuff going on, and
I had the same
just
problem with my Captain Rex.
I got mine, I don't know, and today, so I don't know. Like you're not that farther away from me, so I'm not sure why yours wasn't out yet.
They decided to send it to me
because
instead.
I'm like literally, if you're gonna charge me and say it's shipped, then ship it. Don't create a label when you don't actually have something.
Yeah,
and say it's been shipped, because I like literally, I'll call Sideshow and say, listen, if it's not shipped, you give me all my money back right now. And I'm literally at this point, I have so few pre-orders saying like this legally, you cannot do this. If you do not have the item, you cannot charge me the final payment and shipping.
Yeah,
and then create that. That is
what was in
fraud.
that Wookiee's head, man? What was that Wookiee's head? What are you drinking?
Yeah,
I'm not like I'm drinking a little bit of enough to make me get pissed. Then I'm putting my money to these people, and they're giving me tracking numbers for something they don't actually have in stock.
UPS has your package. I just told you, this came through UPS, and the tracking was all kinds of messed up. It was telling me they were waiting on tracking numbers, and all of a sudden it's out for delivery today.
Yeah, man. I think just deliveries is just all wacky at all.
Yeah,
times,
I had
man.
the same thing, Don. I had the same thing with my Captain Rex. They said like it was supposed to ship, and then it sat there for a week, and I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, DHL's all messed up too. Like my package is going between it being in Florida, you know, my Boba Fett's, and then shipping information received. Oh, now it's in Florida again. So you know, everything is broken right now.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It should be coming, man. But
here's the part at DHL facility Miami. It's coming to Georgia next.
Oh, see, there you go. That's the thing you want to see. Like they can create Sideshow can. Yeah, so it's coming, baby. So this is the meme I wanted to share real quick. Just the plot. I don't know why someone did this. I saw this and I was like, why would they do this?
Goblin cheeks.
But the thing is, if you watch it, it's not that far fetched from the actual like.
Hey! At least it's not Kodiak Brown at a Florida Panthers game. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, Kodiak Brown at a Florida Panthers game. Google it.
There are some things you just don't want to see because you
legit.
can't ever see it.
This is the original picture, and someone's like, "Why is he so thick?
And
Why they make him so
why
thick?"
I can't watch this movie, man. This
So
is the
I
kind of
wonder
stuff
if
that's
they're
really
gonna
fun
make
watch
him
it again.
that thick. Yeah, you're gonna watch it. That's what's gonna happen.
Oh my god,
That's the kind of stuff I see every time I watch it. Like especially with him not being able to articulate when he talks, man. And you see through the mesh, his mouth moving. You know, Willem Dafoe's. I'm just like, oh, it's just so hard to watch
because he's thick, baby.
You know, you and me. I'm just like,
we're not so different from you and I. I'm like, oh, really? Come on, man. I think two people had the same question. Maybe I hope they do, or they have some kind of a removable kind of like plate or whatever to put on them and kind of change it in and out. So, but that would be pretty hard with their articulation. So, who knows what they're gonna do? If it is, it just means more money. If it has more different different arms.
Bad Boy, real quick. Bad Boy to address says you'll probably get a notice tonight. They'll charge you like around noon, but you won't see any shipping notification until like midnight.
I got charged Monday.
I'm talking to Bad Boy, not you. It's not about you, Don.
I know. Okay, but
DonPrime needs his Venom, man. We are Venom.
No. If you're gonna charge me the full price, where's my item? Because I'm not about giving you a $430 loan.
They did the same thing to me, so I completely understand.
Yeah, I'm telling you, UPS is broken right now. So
we're probably on the way.
So the thing is, probably they're creating the tracking number because it could print a label and be like, "Hey, here you go, check it out," and then just out the door to everybody else. So I'd say,
yeah, I think it's the shipping companies themselves are screwing everything up right now. But it is Sideshow, so I mean, we can throw at least 25% blame at them anyway.
So, anyways, I don't know if you guys, I don't know if this podcast will go to this live cast will go to 12 o'clock to see if they will announce it. But if you wake up tomorrow morning, chances are you probably will see a drop for a Spider-Man villain because they're hyping it up a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So if it's not tomorrow, I don't know who's running Hot Toys or the marketing team because they clearly don't communicate well. Because if you're dropping heat like that, you're getting people hyped up for something that should be seen soon, very soon. Because come on, man, like who doesn't want to see this, man? Who doesn't want to see this bad boy come through your window, taking out all the aunts?
Wow, V.
Yeah, I'm not really interested.
Wow,
since you asked.
that was amazing, V.
Yeah. So everybody loves them.
Everybody loves the ants getting taken out by flying.
I mean, everyone loves ants. That's how you get ants, as Orchard would say. But with these guys coming out, do you think what Lake Studios just said, as I was getting there, do you think we're gonna get any of the other Spider-Men?
I'd be interested in getting a Garfield, not so much Maguire because I've always hated that costume with the raised webbing, but
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, the fact we haven't seen something by now kind of makes me a little worried.
Nah, I'm not worried. They're trying not to spoil it. I think it's still waiting to release in Korea. Is that right? One of those?
Oh, Korea. Sorry. I mean, no offense to Korea, but Korea. They're like what 1/1000th of a percent against the market.
Dude, I don't know their percentage against the market. All I know is they're probably trying not to spoil things. It's why we've been waiting. So
do you think? So I mean, I don't know how we're is Korea the last biggest market to be opening?
I'm not even entirely sure. I was just spitballing because I think I'd read something somewhere about something similar to that. So it could even be like Ireland for all I know, but I think it was Korea. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, because the thing is, it's like Andrew Garfield has come out and started speaking openly about like, yeah, it was fun to trick everybody. It was also nervous and all that stuff. So it's kind of weird that like, there's kind of been a swipe of like, there's no more spoilers. So if you haven't seen it,
well, that's also U.S. news too. It's not as easily, unless it gets on the internet or whatever. Some of those, depending on where. I mean, they might block that information. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah. Good point.
Oh, Japan. HKS says it's Japan.
Oh, it's in Japan. Oh, this is a bigger market.
All right. Well, Japan's different then.
February for Japan. Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. So, all right. So, Japan's the last thing. So we'll probably see something end of February as a release of the other Spider-Man. So. All right. So, is there any other? I think we're kind of coming to the end here. Is there anything else you guys want that we didn't cover, or any questions from the fans that you want to talk about that you want us to go back over or talk about or address? I think we've kind of talked everything to ad nauseum at this point.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, for the last bit, we can leave it up to fan questions if we want to. Yeah. At this point, we'll probably end about about 20 minutes or so at about 10.
Hmm.
Ben, we're not doing 8 hours. Nate is unavailable. His laptop, unfortunately, is having technical issues, so he might need to get a replacement. So, yeah, we're gonna do a little normal-ish time tonight.
In
Like
Cali.
4 hours, which is still about double the average stream time.
Yeah.
We did also have another. Well, it wasn't really a surprise, but we did get a wait list, and it's the Spider-Man upgraded suit.
Yeah, I was on the fence with getting him after seeing No Way Home, but now I guess it's been decided for me. I just won't get him.
Well,
anymore.
I mean,
I don't
if
like
you
the
do,
black. The black
Yeah,
is
I'm
not
not a fan of
Spider-Man.
Black. That's why I didn't jump on it a long time ago. Just
I mean, it's kind of like what they're kind of already doing. Like, if you didn't want that one, you're kind of gonna. Well, no, that's not the one I wanted to click on. The one I wanted to click on is that one. Is the
if the
battle damage.
classic suit comes out made out of that same material, then I'll buy the classic suit and I'll be happy.
Well, you're getting the also classic suit Spider-Man from the PlayStation version because if you've seen the classic suit in the movie, it's a different type of spider that's on there.
Well, yeah,
So-
but I mean, if the classic one, the one that's already but that should be coming out soon, if that's made out of the same material as this upgrade suit, then I'll get it. But if it's not, if it's like the advanced suit or something where it's not as posable, then
well, we can check that out. I think when we were looking at it last time on the last cast, it wasn't
looks like
too
it's
bad.
advanced suit.
I mean, it honestly looks like it's more breathable. It looks like it's more of like a material like the Scarlet Spider material. You could. It doesn't look like it was completely that mesh material, but from here, it looks like there's something. Giving away at it. I mean, because like the thing is, like some of the posability looks pretty posable. Also, I love this one.
Yeah, real quick, let me just
cannot
jump
wait
in.
for this.
Pablo Mazla, I don't have it yet, so I'll let you know when I get it in.
So
I can't wait for that Spider-Man. I think that Spider-Man is going to be awesome. The
this
classic
is
suit. I cannot wait to put him against Mysterio.
Gwen has
Yeah.
spoiled me though as far as Spider-Man posability, man. If I can pose him like Gwen, I'll buy it. If I can't pose him like Gwen, I don't want it.
I mean, he does like a pretty high kick there.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking
he's-
forward to getting him and Miles Morales 2020 from the game.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
That Miles looks. I love they got the newspaper. I love that. Like that is like one of my favorites.
Oh, hold on, let me bring him up here. The Miles.
Yeah, if it's posable like the Miles or the upgrade, because the upgrade suit looks like it's pretty posable too.
You're talking about this one, right? Or you're talking about
no.
Well, I have him on order, so I will be getting him. But
No, I'm talking about the Miles 2020.
the one that's already out.
The
the one that's
coming
out already, or the
No,
one
the
that's
Miles one that's coming out April to June. of this
okay?
year.
Hold on, let me find him.
You might have an easier time just like I don't know, clicking on Spider-Man.
Maybe, but this is the fun part.
It's not about finding stuff easier. It's about
No,
the fun of
this is
searching
how we
endlessly
do it
for
here.
Stuff. Gotcha,
That's
V.
how we do it.
Remind me not to have you if I like organize any of my stuff ever.
No, that you need me. You need me to organize all your things.
Yeah, so I can never find anything ever again. Man, you are
Yeah.
really not doing this very well, B.
No, I'm not. I'm under pressure now.
Here, I would tell you the simple thing: go click on pre-release to get rid of all the already released and other stuff. Click on then Spider-Man.
Wait, where's the
Is Miles under Spider-Man though?
Under
'Cause
avail-
Bad Boys, they're
Or
searching.
it could be
kinda
it
weird.
could be under Miles Morales too.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's just go through it slowly.
No, I don't think they talked
everybody
about
keep
it
making
already.
fun of me for this.
Eddie Brock yet.
There it
I
is.
got him. Here he is. The 20.
You are brilliant, sir.
There we go.
He does
I
look
think
kinda
that-
cool. But you have to
look
light up his
amazing.
eyes, right? There's no like
It's like a
look without the lights on,
Captain. Yeah, these are. I'm not sure what the. I keep forgetting if the eyes are just LEDs.
which means you have to put the batteries in them and you have to use them if you want to start doing stuff, which is the one downside, I think.
Here we are.
He's cool looking figure though.
He definitely is like like you look at it because he has like a really cool base too. Like it's just like a bat cave almost.
Mm-hmm.
They could put on.
I would never do all that. Like Gwen's base, all I got is just the raw base. I didn't pull out any of that other crap. I was just like, don't need it.
Daft Punk, yeah, you can make them that into those.
Yeah, buy 2 of those, and you have your Tron Legacy scene.
Yeah, I know. This figure to me is just like really, really awesome. I think it's going to be. I'm going to be waiting for a little bit after it comes out, but the Bodega Mile suit is actually pretty cool too. But this one I just have liked since we first saw it announced. And I thought it makes a great companion piece to the classic suit because they're like complete opposites.
This really is. It's like you have like a one that looks like it was tailor made in like a garage, and this one looks like it's like this is
this
what,
is the
like
Bruce Wayne costume, like $1 million. This is Miles Morales.
Yeah,
Bruce Wayne.
Spider-Man Beyond. Even though we have like a future Spider-Man 2099, but this is like looks more high tech than that one.
Yeah, no, I think it just looks really. I love
the chest piece. Look at that. It just looks like
Andreas. Yeah, we spoke about the Asmus Ash Williams stuff.
Yeah,
What questions do you want to talk about? Do you want to? We can bring it back up if you like.
That thing.
The fun times.
When you bring that back up, can you bring up the Michael Scott?
We're going. No, it's gonna look like you see. V, you managed to make it look more like Butt now. Because we were just looking at that, which we're going, man, look how sleek and stylish.
Look at this.
And now we're looking at like the Ruby Spears version of a figure from like 1972.
This looks like the glow in the dark figures that you'd get.
Yeah,
like from those old glow in the dark, like, hey, if you put it underneath here, this is what you would get. Should you cancel it?
Yet? Let's wait for some reviews before you actually decide to cancel, because there could be just one guy trolling with some Ken doll he put a head sculpt on or something.
So this is the only real authentic factor that we can really go off of, right? If you're asking us to cancel it, I'd say just wait for a second. But this is I would say this is a very alarming, right? But it also could be just the lighting and the camera guy just messing up, because you could tell from the two hues that like he's using some harsher lights, or the angles make it look very more cartoony, while the left side looks a lot more
but also on the same size, lighting doesn't make that big effect from the prototype to what's being actually photographed. So again, I'm gonna go with you and say, listen, look till more reviews are out. But at the same time, you can't manipulate crap to look like more crap when it's already crap.
But this goes. Yeah, sorry. Go back.
No. And unfortunately, I think this is what you're going to be getting. Because
and at $350, I'm not going to be getting it. I'll cancel that because
and again, I'm not trying to crush on anyone, but I unfortunately think what is being shown as the final is what you're getting, because the company's not putting out promotional shots because they know their figure looks like crap.
Put promotional shots out, but they don't show you.
This is the promotional shot to the right. This is from Asmus himself.
That's an actual.
So this is an actual promotional shot from the company. So the right side here is from the company. The left side is from the prototype.
And what the point is that they're trying to show you on this one is the seam on the bottom of the chainsaw is all kind of wonky and poorly made. The seam where the two parts of it are knit together, but single songwriter was like, well, you could probably kit bash it better, but I wouldn't want to spend $350 and then go kit bashing, which means you're spending more money on it. To try to fix it. So, but it all really, like I said, you're only seeing one guy post this stuff, and it kind of concerns me that nobody else has any other pictures of this thing.
I mean, this is from the company. This is just going from the site, from prototype.
Well, no, but the real.
From the other ones that we saw,
He's the same. He's the only person who's been posting it, and he says source Facebook. When I go to their Facebook, though, it's not those pictures like that one there. That's not there, and it says source Facebook. I don't know whose Facebook he's sourcing that from, but that could be a deviant art project for all we know. I mean,
the thing is, though, he also has the accessories, which is also kind of concerning, because he would also have to make all the accessories that are coming with the kit. So he has them, and they look like shit.
Yeah.
They really do. Again, that's concerning.
Yeah, I'm like I said though, I just want to see some more pictures or more a video or something before I decide to cancel it. But going from this, I'm on the fence of canceling it right now.
So here's, Ash
Wait,
Williams.
there's a Sideshow exclusive version. What
This
was
is
that?
the side. So I mean, not the side. This is the deluxe version. Let me get to the.
Yeah, but
picture.
underneath the pictures it said Sideshow exclusive. I didn't even ever see that. What is that?
It just means the
Extras.
the extras from the deluxe.
Yeah.
So you get the collector's edition. That's that, and then you get to
That's not Sideshow exclusive though. You can order that from Asmus. You can order the luxury edition straight from Asmus.
Yeah. So this is, I guess, strange because he doesn't have any of the other stuff here. So
Yeah, but see, notice how none of the pictures had that ripped arm.
no, the ripped arm
So-
here. Let's go back here. So the base, yeah, look,
And have the other head sculpt, but obviously it's got the luxury. So where's the other head sculpt? If you're taking pictures of it to show you what you're getting, why aren't we seeing those other head sculpts, the other arm?
yeah.
So
Is
it
this
makes me question
latch
this
different from here? So I don't know. It's like from what I showed earlier, right? From the production to this, right? That was from what was it? This one, right? So this one is a concern. This one is like a debatable one.
Is buyer beware.
Yeah,
basically
because
take this with a grain of salt. It may be real, it may not, but the more we see, I'm going to be honest, I think what we're seeing is what we're going to get, and it's going to be trash compared to the prototype.
yeah. So
So-
if it's true that this is what we're looking at, like,
But see, that base doesn't even look right at all. I mean, she should be coming out to the side like that. And look at how she's, there's no lid to that base. This looks like somebody's building their own.
yeah, it's true.
I mean, I understand there's differences between final product and all, but this looks like somebody's building their own. This doesn't look like the same thing at all.
Yeah. So, Andreas, this is it's something that you should definitely wait on and see, because the only real actual official evidence we have is this one, because these are both by the same company. I think if it does come out like this is such a slap in the face for everyone that's spent
not $350. I mean, like, now thinking about that, isn't that one
$350.
$5? Isn't that one? I mean, it's sold out and everything, but isn't that $5 more than we were just seeing the Battle Damage limited edition Tom Holland upgraded suit?
Yep. So
That thing ain't gonna that thing in that base ain't gonna look like that.
No.
From Hot Toys when it comes out.
It's insane. Look how good this looks here. Like, this is Ash Williams, right?
Yeah.
But then you got hold on. This Ash, which is like,
yeah, it still doesn't look as good.
No, because the reason it looks cartoony is because they lost a lot of the gloss and finish. Like, you look at it here,
put
it
a
looks
whole
like
bunch of
there's
smeared
some
red across
sweat.
the forehead, and not any kind of localization at all. It's
no
just
finish
one
or
smear of red.
anything. So it's not the best. It's not the best to be. It's not the best show of hands. Like, I'm like, why are you putting 350 in this, Asmus? And these are iconic horror icon, and you're just giving this out to us? Like, why? Like, why would you do that? Like, this itself, suspect. It's a little sus.
Well, that
It's
is
a little sus, guys.
Yeah, that is one of the.
Your camera's
If
flipping out.
that's how that came
It's
out.
a little
I don't
sus,
know.
guys.
Yes, it is.
Lane, you're not getting. It's a little sus.
I see what you did. I see what you did there.
Do you get it, Lane?
You're sus.
Do you get the reference what I'm making, Lane?
No,
Do you,
not at all.
God, that's why we can't have nice things.
Well, whatever that is, it's little, and I assume it's a sus. So there you go.
All right. Enough of my dumb shenanigans.
It was
But-
cute, though, whatever. it was.
You're always good at shenanigans, V. It's
That's
just,
all.
some
That's
of
all
us
I'm
are-
ever good for.
Yeah,
But for
that and hair.
for $290,
Like
you can get
this comparison to that, yeah. This looks like a super value in comparison.
because you
even
definitely
if
get
that
a
loses-
deluxe base with it too, and like a little Spider-Man.
Well,
Look at
I
all
guess we
this.
would say, hey, it doesn't have a facial sculpt, so I don't know about that.
Just come with some LED faces. So if you're feeling like you're a little,
And what do you do when those LED lights eventually fail? I mean,
you
dang.
fucking you give it a Viking funeral. You just burn it.
On a pyre, on the funeral pyre.
Yeah, you just play that like sad Star Wars song, like
Like the Padme funeral from Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, all of the there's all that stuff. Just that's what you do when the LEDs run out. I don't know. I'm sure there's a light behind it, and it's just all it is just like these aren't actual LEDs. It's just painted on, and then there's a light underneath it.
Or it's
that
the
you can take it
reflective
out.
UV light.
Yeah. So like these aren't actual LEDs. It's just like a paint job that they did on the.
I hope so.
They did show it at a
like a sideshow thing, like like same time because I remember they had Nightweight.
Yeah, let me see if I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
What's here though? So yeah, I don't think I can get it in time here, but you know, we're on the final 6 minutes of the stream here, so we're gonna end it at 10. You know, what do you think? Do you think do you think Sideshow is gonna drop the Goblin near 12, or do you
Hot
think
Toys?
Hot Toys, sorry, not. I mean, hey, who knows? Sideshow might be like, hey, let's drop our own
Sideshow's
Goblin.
like their own
Yeah,
Goblin.
you've seen it, yeah, and it's gonna have like monkey
the best,
ears.
now see the rest.
Yeah, you're gonna see like monkey ears and all that stuff, and a really cheap like glider.
Yeah,
it's gonna make it out of cardboard.
It's gonna look like
it's gonna be a reissue of a 2013 figure with a new cape.
Yeah, it's gonna be the green. It's gonna be the Green Menace, but with a head twice the size.
Yeah,
exactly.
You think the Rancor is bad? Wait until you see this bad boy.
Oh, the Hasbro
Rancor. Hasbro Rancor.
Yeah, Hasbro.
Yeah, no, the poop core.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, you can polish a turd, it's still a turd.
Let's not go back. Yeah, if there was ever a thing that helps probably sell some more of those 16-inch, smaller Rancor statues, that HasLab Rancor helps sell some more.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, if you haven't seen today's Boba Fett episode, go look to see a certain statue at Sideshow if it's still in stock. So, yeah.
So definitely check it out. I know people are getting notification if you got the Razor Crest, that should be shipping out too. So,
yeah. So
I saw Docs. He's like, "Yay, it's finally shipping."
Finally got it. But if you guys haven't within the final minutes, please like and subscribe. We'd love you to do it. We're also doing a 2K giveaway. We have the video and all that stuff posted on our Facebook, our YouTube page. Please check it out and please enter.
For the 2K giveaway, we're giving away a Captain Wepa Puerto Rico 2.0, aka Captain America Avengers 2.0, an Exo 6 Lieutenant Commander Data, which is not only sold out, he's going almost for triple his value on the secondary market. And we also have additional prizes besides that for the 2K giveaway. Again, make sure you check the video out, you are subscribed, you like, and you comment per the rules. Again, as of now, there's only about 130, 140 comments on it. So again, it's going on till the end of January. We're going to pull those winners live on stream, so you still have time if you haven't entered yet. So, and your chances aren't that bad, considering how many comments we have versus the viewers we have.
Yeah,
so
because you have a really good chance of winning some pretty good stuff. So, but if you want a chance, you gotta follow the rules. So please enter. So Maz, any final comments on what we covered, like the Gambit, the Atreus, the Spider-Man, the Goblin, the Ash Williams? So
something he's trying to block from his memory right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to block that out and just cross my fingers that it's not going to turn out like that. But the Gambit looks fire, man. I'm a little sad that I don't have the money to jump on that, but it's all good,
It's all right.
It's life. I got Boba Fett showing up. It looks like he might show up even before Monday if he's coming from Florida right now. He's on a truck leaving Florida, is what it says. At least on this refresh, it might say, shipping information received next time.
I would not want to be around you around like 1 or 2 tomorrow afternoon.
No. It won't be up for delivery tomorrow. It'll be landing in Atlanta or whatever tomorrow. But but then maybe Saturday on my stream, I'll be able to unbox that. We'll see.
Hey, that'd be perfect. I'd love to see the comparison stream between you and Don.
Tuesday next week, I'm starting a new thing. We had one this last Tuesday. If you guys don't mind me pitching this, but on Tuesdays we're doing. We had to do it at 5 o'clock this week because of Jarrett's hours, but we're trying to shoot for 6 o'clock as normal time for everybody. We're doing photography stuff on the stream, so just talking about how you get into it, what kind of camera settings, cameras to use, lights, all that kind of stuff. And it was actually, I felt pretty fun and engaging. If you guys want to go check out this week's that just happened over on my stream, my channel.
And what's your channel's name?
Maz's Toy Box.
Maz's Toy Box. So go check out Maz. He'll have some fun things. It's right there on his and it's the same thing as their Instagram, right?
Instagram's Invadermoz, actually.
Invadermoz. All right.
Exactly.
So we're coming up with the last 30 seconds. Lane, any quick comments about anything?
It stopped being great.
That stopped being great. Great. Perfect. Thank you. So Don, the last 20 seconds. I'll let you take it. Let you end up the show.
Ultimately, again, thank you for watching us. Again, if you joined us, we didn't give any spoilers to Book of Boba Fett, so I don't know why people are being mad.
You did a little bit.
We didn't give any spoilers. We didn't give anything. So again, you want to be mad, that's your right, but we didn't give any spoilers to anything. Again, it's all about how you interpret what we say. So,
all right. With that, just wrapping it up, vote for your wallets. What you want to pre-order will be on if there's a Goblin drop, we'll probably be on streaming. So please like and subscribe. If you like what you see, tell us and anything else. If you have questions leave us a comment. Until then,
Ben. Okay, Ben. Sorry, didn't reason you're British. I don't know British sarcasm, so we're all good then.
Cheerio, Ben. I think that's brother. British. With that, we're simple collectors making our way through the galaxy. So,
and may the weapons be with you.
Be weapons with you. I knew it was the same part. There's so many things. I have to have a teleprompter in front of me.
And if anybody's looking for Rex, he's now in stock on Sideshow.
Hey, there you go, guys. You can get it shipped now. So, hey, we'll see you next time. Same bat channel, same whatever. I don't know.
Same bat channel, same bat time, same
bat
location.
I don't got a catchphrase like Nate. So,
and again, you have my permission to buy. All right, thank you, everyone.
You have my permission to buy. Take care, everybody.
All right, bye-bye. Thank you. All right, bye-bye.